What do you guys think? Best village music in the series, or it's got to be way up there. It's so good. It's always so comfy. I don't know. Maybe it matters a little bit more if you were one of the people that actually got like really stuck into Freedom 2 or Freedom Unite. I know I did. I think, God, Freedom Unite, I think I had like 800 hours in it. Which, I mean, the grand scheme of Monster Hunters, 800 hours is maybe not a lot of time. But for the time... Alright, so think about, like, how many games do you think you've played in your life that you've spent more than 1,000 hours on? Like, for RPGs, like, it's a big deal if you get, like, close to 100 hours, right? And you're like, oh, I spent so much time. Like, I think Persona 5... I spent over 100 hours beating that game first time through, and by the end of it, I was just, like, so done. I was just, like, so ready for it to be over. You know, I was like, and I enjoy Persona. Like, Persona 5 was okay. It's not my favorite Persona, but it was okay. But, yeah, not many games, like, hit like that. Interestingly enough, almost up to 100 hours on this save alone. Literally, I think we're almost at 70. Take that for what you will. Thank you. So we are going to try and do, I think right off the bat, the anti-aerial quest. 400 hours in Rise. That's a lot of time. Rise is a fun game. Really excited for Sunbreak. This is going to be a really tough one. This is going to be really tough. 20,000 hours in Path of Exile. Get help. Renka, hello. I think we're gonna get energy drinks. I mean, Final Fantasy XIV is a wonderful game. Quit World of Warcraft and reach 365 days of playtime. I was always worried I would enjoy World of Warcraft too much, so I never played it. I don't know if that makes any sense, or if that's like kind of dumb. But like, I was like, ugh, what if I really enjoy this game? I want to play it all the time. 10,000 hours in RuneScape. Gotta get those meters up, man. I played 14. 14 is very much one of those games where it's like, kind of dip in, play it for a while, and then dip out and like not really feel like you missed out on much. So I didn't regret playing 14 at all. The only issue with 14 is you play it and then people are like, so you're still playing it, right? And it's like, 26,000 forum posts on RuneScape? Yeah, bro, I don't know what to tell you. Semolina, a popular kind of food in USA. The only time I know of semolina being used is like to flour the bottom of pizza crust so it doesn't stick. Having fun playing GU. I'm having fun playing Monster Hunter. Having fun playing GU. I don't know. "180 days in Elder Scrolls Online?" It's a good game, though, isn't it? Can't be that bad. Porridge out of a semolina. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you could buy it here. I just don't normally see it used or for sale or anything like that. Come on. We could have a long, somewhat depressing conversation on USA and food choices. I don't like this. Here we go, finally. Or not. $2,000 hours in Warframe? That sounds about right. Are you still enjoying it when you play it? Warframe's pretty fun from what I played, yeah. You'll enjoy your time playing it. It's free. What's it about? You're a robot. Kind of. I think you're a robot. I'm gonna say you're a robot. Warframe fans, don't correct me if I'm wrong. And you just, you know, you grind in it to get better gear and skills and equipment and different ways to play. For a free-to-play game, it is, I think, generally agreed on as being pretty decent. Oof. Am I dead? I might just abandon this one, guys. I'm sorry. I was too early for that guard point reload. Gonna download it? Yeah, I mean, you can buy premium currency, but there's really no reason to do that. What platform is this? I am emulating this one. It's not that far from a truth. Almost like a robot person. There are a lot of things in Warframe that probably should be cut out from Warframe. But that being said, if you're playing it and enjoying it, who cares? Killed by a spider? I mean, to be fair, that spider was kind of a dick. I found that when I started up Warframe, I was able to just kind of click on things and play the game, and I felt like it was fine. And once you get to the point where you're like tired of just running around clicking on things, then you could look up the internet and find out what progression path you should be doing. How's my day so far? I don't want to get depressing. My day personally has been fine. I read a news article that felt to me somewhat concerning, but I don't know that I want to be too big of a downer this early in the morning. I'm not a doctor, so I can't claim to have any sort of expertise in anything. On time streamer, I think I've been pretty good. We were a couple minutes late the other day because of bees in my microphone, but outside of that, I think we've been okay. So that's like... It's hard to guard point because like the hyper attacks really change up the timing sometimes. So for the most part, I'm pretty sure the Monster Hunter movie was essentially storyboarded from Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Like, that's how long it was in development for. And if you really kind of take you know, all the stuff that was put in it, it makes a lot of sense that the storyboard was based off of it. Yeah, Deep Rock Galactic is kind of killing it, huh? From what I can tell. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to necessarily have a conversation about Paul W.S. Anderson. Other than I interviewed him. There were parts of the interview I liked. Parts of the interview that maybe didn't hold up. There were parts of the Monster Hunter movie that I liked. And there's definitely parts of the Monster Hunter movie that did not hold up. Ugh. You read somewhere that the script was based on the exclamation from Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker? If any part of that is true, that would explain why Paul W.S. Anderson understood what the hell Peace Walker was. Because that was befuddling to me. Plot for a monster movie you'd make? So in terms of like setting and story and stuff like that, I would probably want to keep it closer to like Monster Hunter Tri in terms of like mood and feel. And that it'd be, you know, it wouldn't necessarily have to be like an island, but maybe a place that's like a little bit more sunny and tropical. Just to be able to show off like blue skies and bright stuff and things like that. I think that contrast with monsters might be really cool. Don't know which was better, SAD or Savage Axe mode. What do I think? You can get away with doing SAD heavy play before Master Rank, but once you're in Master Rank, you really got to learn Savage Axe because the monsters just don't stick around long enough for you to SAD them all the time. You know, I mean, I would probably stick with like a standard Monster Hunter trope of you being like a, you know, a relatively new hunter. I don't know whether I would have it take place, you know, like immediately or over, you know, like in one period of time, or if I would have it set over like a period of years. I could see it being interesting, like if you wanted to create stakes, you know, you could have the hunter's like initial hunt that goes relatively successfully because they're plucky. Then they get overconfident, and then something bad happens in their second hunt. And then maybe you could do like a little bit of a time skip going ahead a little bit, where they've been a little bit more established as a hunter in the village. And then they have to kind of like face, you know, whatever, something that maybe killed a friend of theirs or a mentor from, you know, pre-time skip. And they have to use their knowledge and the support of the village as a whole to combat whatever large monster you would have attacking the village. I feel like that would provide a pretty good baseline. And I feel like most, you know, most film audiences are at least smart enough to be able to handle something like that. Oops. Ocean's 11, but Monster Hunter? I mean, you think about it, Monster Hunter is a little bit like Ocean's 11. I don't know that it would be as complicated as Ocean's 11. So the Netflix one? Yeah, I mean, I don't think the storyline for the Netflix one is bad at all. I mean, that's Monster Hunter. You know, I mean, we don't watch Star Wars and go, what the hell is Star Wars? I didn't say, like, villagers were all going to be holding weapons and, like, manning ballistas. Who would I voice in that movie? I would voice a Palico companion or a Shakalaka companion. I guess I'll just fight him. I mean, we're here right now. I don't really know whether they're still on. Keep promoting Apex Rathos event and Rise? Sounds like you're getting too aggressive. When you hear your Shakalaka voice, you're listening to it. This is it. All natural. Nice. Is he running? That's weird. That was kind of a really fast run. This whole time I've been method acting. I've just been gearing up to the greatest role of a lifetime. Okay, we can do this. This is an event quest? I mean, hyper monsters, I think, have better variances between being large and small. But this is not an event quest. This is just a normal G4 quest. Technically has to be unlocked. Still does not make it an event quest, I guess. What am I farming? Nothing. I'm trying to unlock anti-aerial flare 3. I don't know if I call this farming, though. Farming is like... to me, when you're fighting something over and over again trying to get a drop. But if I win just once, then we've won. So I don't really consider it farming. You know, couldn't they have thrown Gunlance a bone and just given anti-aerial flare like a much faster guard point after the full burst? Why is it gotta take so much time? Eventually, we will be farming for Hunter Ring points. And I don't know if Atal Ka is still the best way to do that or not. It's a good question. It's never a bad choice. Filthy fence sitters. I resent that. Yeah, I'm most worried about this Gravios. Like, certainly he's going to have somewhat reduced health, but... I don't know how much it's reduced. Our greatest enemy will 100% be the clock. What's in a world looks like this? It's a mod I'm running. It's a little bit of a demake. Thank you. Sharpness isn't red. How bad could it be? The answer might surprise you. Oops. Push the button. I gotta be careful. I could definitely die with this amount of life. You running? Thought you didn't deserve to be in this category? Oops. It's not that bad of a game. It's bad for a Monster Hunter game, but it's still a Monster Hunter game. And even then, if you completely, or at least nearly skip low rank, it's actually not that bad. The village? This is on Yuzu, yep. Now running it on Yuzu. I just, you know, I soft modded a Switch, and it's like, I could not get the 60 FPS patch to work there for the life of me. The nice thing is, by the time you're done soft modding your Switch, you've got everything you need to emulate games. So, John Shapp, good morning. How is this chest still not broken? Spell pathing to the Hunter upgrade? This is actually the quest to do it. This is literally the upgrade. Hack your Switch because it's a packaged console. I mean, it can be handy for certain things, but like I said, I mean, I had a hell of a time figuring out how... Ooh! I thought I was going to have my weapon out. If you found anything weird with the FPS unlock in this game, yes. The UI blinks way too fast. So actually, I could run it at 120 FPS, and like, I actually am legitimately concerned that it could give somebody a seizure, so I don't run it at that. Well, that sucked. 60's fine. No, I mean, you could, I mean, I don't know. I don't know for sure, but I really do feel like you could actually cause damage to people. What's the upgraded Hunter Arc give? More damage and a slightly faster Wyvern Fire cooldown. Yeah, I haven't noticed any major bugs with it. With 60 FPS. I mean, outside of visual. Like, but the monster AI doesn't seem weird. I got like 5 Rathalos mantles yesterday, but I don't think that was the patch. I mean, it was insane. There's like so many Rathalos mantles. It helped too, actually, for my upgrades, though. Love to hear those roars. You're doing something right. Never thought about a donkey eating figs. I mean, considering people have died from that in the past, it's probably something to be avoided, right? It's like Death Note. I can imagine it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the guy was probably on the verge of a heart attack turn up. And him watching a donkey eating figs probably put him into a laughter fit that just triggered it. You know? Like, it's not like The Ring or something. Ringu, you watch the donkey and then you die. I have no idea how this damage compares. It's just a Greek philosopher? Excuse me. Let's have a little bit more respect there for the Greek philosophers. To be fair, I don't really know what he was a philosopher of. Too much damage. Well, you know what I mean, like, you know. I mean, we all know what Pythagoras did, or at least in theory, we know he did something sussy with triangles. Woo! Philosopher of D's? What do they study in D's? D's nuts, no! Yo, when you read about, like, Greek philosophers, though, like, they are 100% the sort of civilization that would, like, do D's nut jokes. I think they were one of the first societies to try and modify the size of their penis. For aesthetic reasons. I don't think it was about having, like, a very large penis. I think it was about having, like, a very, like, aesthetic penis. Like, a good-looking... like, a good-looking penis. You know what I mean? Something you'd put on, like, a coffee can. Yeah, no, I mean, they got a bathhouse. I mean, you know, everyone's gonna see it. No hiding it. That being said, there was an art, a practice of tastefully tying your penis up into, like, a little hammock. That was definitely a thing. Yeah, no, there'd be like a little take like a little butcher's twine and just kind of like tie it up tastefully, so like a nice like a little package. Like, you know, like you go to like one of those nice stores and you buy like a gift. And, like, they put, like, the gift wrap on it. And then they tie it up real nice with, like, some string. Like that, but No, it wasn't like a lingerie. It was like a little rope. No, it wasn't like a bed. No. No, it was like some twine. Little rope. Hold on, I'll see if I can find a picture. Not what you guys are thinking. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, maybe, okay, yeah, kind of. I mean, if it were me, this is sort of what it would look like. It would look approximately like this, but like tied up against your body. No, it's okay. No, this is fine. I could show this. That's completely fine. That's not TOS. It's like that. Just like that. Except not that. Oh, we're talking about tastefully roping up your, yeah, like a shibari penis. Yeah, no, that's a reasonable comparison. I'm kind of into it. Like, if I was walking around, all right, here's the deal. Say we all got together, and like for whatever reason we all had to be naked. Hear me out on this one. And it was like a choice of like, hey, do you want your penis tied up tastefully in like a little bow? The answer is actually, it's going to be yes. No, I mean, all right, it's all right. So you'd rather just be like flopping around all over the place? No. Put a little bow on it. It's not a contest. No, this is some guys casually hanging out with each other. Just some guys being bros. I mean, it's not like, presumably it's like a soft rope. Like you don't have like rough twine. No, I mean, not anything like overtly sexual. I got one of them. I think I got the right one. Must you circumcised? You know if it would feel good? I mean, you could have, I mean, presumably the person doing the dick tying is an expert and would have different rope methods for different penises. I choose to believe that I can do this. Best stream yet? We're just getting started. We're only in 40 minutes. We're just talking about tastefully tying up our dicks and hanging out in a group. How is that so weird? Literally bathhouse humor. What? Hold on. Nina, no, hold on. I can explain. Hold on, I can explain. It's not... I mean, it's literally what it sounds like, but it's historically important. How does it feel? I don't know. I haven't done it yet. Yeah. Look, we know for a fact Fire Cannon has at least at one point been involved in an impromptu helicopter contest, okay? And that's just one person. What if you're a grower? People watch around as you escape your dick bondage like King Kong escaping from his chains. Should join the lobby for the gathering? Oh, it's okay. Did we start the Monster Hunter Challenge? Hell no. Well, do you mean to like, are we continuing it? Are we picking up where we left off? Yes. But if you're too small, presumably if you could find a rope that you can tie around like a Hershey's Kiss, you could do that. Imagine I kill the Gravios and then I die against like Ursula. That'd just be like so depressing. So you're not doing games in order of release? I technically did do them in order of release. The only thing that I skipped was Rise. I skipped ahead to Rise because it came out on PC. Everything else, World technically came out before GU. As weird as that is, but tactically, from a region standpoint, Rise is the only one that got out of order. That is weird. Well, it's reality. I don't know what to tell you. Don't ask me. Ask Capcom. Almost felt like they didn't even want to release the damn thing. Or maybe it was just all hands on deck for World. Who knows? Alright, time to do big boy damage against that chest. Was developed first, Rise or World? World came out way before Rise. Thank you. Yes! Okay. I have like hope. I have like joy in my heart right now. And I think tying together your rope, your PP ropes is actually like a really bad idea. That sounds super dangerous. Don't do that. Don't do that. Man, that would make a really funny Squid Game parody, though. Oh! Nope. There'd be like the one old experienced guy at the end. He'd be like, I know we got a couple micros on our team, but that's not what's important in a tug of war. It's the passion behind your PP. The opposing team is all like foot-long, like sausage monsters, but the Plucky's team still finds a way to come out ahead. Tell us a story. How do you think I could top this current surreal nightmare we're currently discussing? Oh god, no. Well, you know, it doesn't matter. Join us, is about a cock? Well, yes, actually. Nope. I'm so happy. Get cocky emote? I need to go in and mess around with that at some point. Alright. It's looking winnable, guys. Actually, I don't know if it's winnable. We've got 20 minutes to kill Nursilla. It should be winnable. Man, what a nightmare. He probably took a little bit of damage. We poked him a little bit, didn't we? Bowl butter, thank you. I mean, we're not over yet. First, we gotta find the Nursilla. I mean, Nursilla is no Gravios for sure, but he's still got some life. He's still hyper. He's still gonna have double the health of a normal Nursilla. Oh, we got so lucky. Oh my god, you have no idea. Nursilla actually being weak to fire might matter, actually. This is a key quest or art unlock. This is a art unlock. This may be one of the hardest quests that we'll need to do. Because we're doing, like, double hyper. Could be worse. Could be, what was it, Hyper Silver and Hyper Gold? That's a nightmare right there. Do I try and flash bomb him? Can I flash bomb him out of there? Gold and silver Losen for you. I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on the weapon and art combination, but Hyper's pretty horrible. Miracles can happen. So I'm technically not including hyper monsters as part of the challenge. I didn't include tempered or anything else like that. So after this, I don't think there's too many that we technically need to do. But we might end up doing some more. How's it going? I'm feeling optimism. Hope. Let's sharpen. You missed Moonswing Monster? Yeah. I still wish for one day of an Oops All Subspecies game. I think that went okay. So we got 13 minutes left. That doesn't seem too depressing. Man, what a hard quest. Come on, bud. I think Rise will have a ton of subs, actually. Bring capture mats for this? Nope. Gunlance fun to use in Generations Ultimate? Gunlance is always a fun weapon to use. Is it a good weapon? Is it a powerful weapon? More debatable. How did that not hit me? That was weird. I just feel like Souls games resemble Monster games even remotely. I mean, Monster Hunter kind of came first. Unless you count Kingsfield. The pacing in the combat is so different. Obviously, neither are really button mashers. Come on, man. Stupid hyper flinches. Or lack thereof. His body's all broken. Enemies hardly tracking Monster Hunter compared to Dark Souls? I would say fight Velkhana and get back to me on that. One change feature for Sunbreak, literally just the end game. Sucking anus. I would like it to not suck anus. We have almost 70 hours in the GU challenge. It does have an absolutely massive roster. How the hell did I guard that in town? We'll kill the spider. Is 100% gonna happen. Woo! Well, that was scary. You have the money for Elden Ring? You want to play some Monster Hunter? Monster Hunter, in my opinion, will last you longer than a purchase of Elden Ring, but Elden Ring is still a very good game. Well, now we can upgrade. I have Iceborne, but I suck so much. There's nothing quite as satisfying as getting better in a Monster Hunter game. Make it so raw weapons are leagues better than other weapons. End game improvement, mounting monster snapping every time. Can you... Hold on. You want raw weapons to be better in Sunbreak? Excuse me? What? Yeah, you best be trolling, friend. Oh, okay. It was a typo, guys. Don't dogpile. Don't do it. What kind of endgame would you like to see in Sunbreak? You know how in World there were investigations that had like 3 random monsters, but people never did them because it didn't make sense to do them? It would be nice if you could actually like have those and then want to do them and get rewarded for it. Well, I think they were implying that dual blades already were pretty good with Element, which I mean is mostly true. We got Exchanger. No. I wonder if it's worth, like... Do you think they should bring back Tempered or Arch-Tempered? The best thing that they ever had, in my opinion, was the Wyvern Virus from 4U. And those guild quests. There was a lot of stuff to do in those games. I mean, they could do that, but better. Like, the knowledge is there. You want God Fate with Black Fire? What? Fatalis? For You was a well-designed game. It was Takuda again. I have so much faith in the next Monster Hunter. The only issue with the dual blade speedruns is like, yeah, it may not be raw dual blades, but they're doing like, they're humping the monster the whole fight, which is its own other issue. Give me Exchanger. Please. I'm not gonna do this. Fine. Not worth it. Is it bad Rise is your first game and you're waiting for the next Monster Hunter game? No, I mean, I'm assuming you're still excited for Sunbreak, but... It's okay to want another game. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's like, what the hell is he doing? He's got a thing. Where's Miguel? Got a little bit of a vacation. I can try and bring them back for, like, the very last fight against Bloodbath. But Miguel is, like, for the previous challenge. He was for all credits. Texas is the hero of this challenge. Please. It's probably pretty close to going to his little robot, yeah. I mean, obviously, like, a good charm is a good charm, but, like, don't overestimate how much you actually need, like, a god charm in this game. Plenty of great sets that can just be made with something that's reasonably decent that also happens to have, oh shoot, I don't have any more whetstones. Oh, that's really bad. It's a fast phase 1. It's okay, I think the ballistas do a lot of damage because I'm eating for, like, feline bombardier. Yeah, that tracks. I mean, you can always do the Bracky event coal quest, but you could actually just do the mining if you really wanted. I think artillery also does boost their damage too, yes. I go for artillery novice, and then I also go for bombardier, yeah. I'm attributing that damage to weakness exploit. Yeah, I mean, it's not as good as, like, actually killing the Bracky, obviously, but you could always just turn your brain off. I'm feeling the extra damage. Guys, I seriously, like, I broke... Did I not just break the egg? What the hell just happened? Stray Dog, thank you. I'm so confused right now. I like charms being a thing that you just kind of get over the course of playing the game. Drill Tusk has got a great longsword. Grind up HR now. We might do some deviants at a certain point this stream. But yeah, right now we just kind of need HR. And mixing in Altal Cause periodically is a pretty good way of getting HR. Oh, Jotusk armor is good for Gunlance? What does it have? That thing gets some range, huh? I have to be a little bit more stingy with my whetstones. Thought we fought this bug a bunch the other day. Why'd we come back? He just gives a lot of HR points. Which is kind of what we need now. It's just a fun fight as well. I mean, we only fight him here, so... I think it gives like a guaranteed, basically 1 HR per encounter. Should event Mantis at least once. No promises there. I mean, it's literally a wire bug. It's cool how they really animate the thread on the things that he throws. Yeah, Mummy would actually work 100%, right? Just has this weakness exploit, guard 2, adrenaline 2, scavenger, and artillery expert. It doesn't have razor sharp. Or speed sharpening. Razor sharp is really nice if you're using wide gun lance. Charm it? It's really hard to charm on Deviant sets because you don't have any slots. From what I remember. I mean, I guess the Altal Ka gun lance has 3 slots on it, so... I'm at green sharp. I only had green sharp because I don't have any whetstones. Rise have less maps than normal release. Well, I mean, count them. I mean, you had the shrine, you had the ice area, you had the desert, you had the volcano, you had the swamp. You had 5 large maps. World had forest, desert, Coral Highlands, Rotten Vale, and then had Elder Recess. 5. Now, if your feeling is that Rise felt like it didn't have as many impactful maps as other games, they can feel kind of samey. I think because they're kind of empty, there are times it feels like with Rise maps you're like, oh, I've already kind of been here and done this. I think of Monster Hunter Tri, you would, what, the deserted island, swamp, desert, tundra, volcano. Those are the archetypes. Volcano is probably the best map in Rise, from like a design perspective. I mean, the loading zones allow you to make much more abstract maps, you know? Things don't have to make sense from like a cohesion and map building perspective. It should almost be broken. I can't say that I love this fight in its entirety. Jesus Christ. China Woods is solid for a starting map. It's actually grown on me, as much as I complain about the grease. Of which, I mean, I still believe that's a problem. God, down to one whetstone. You could always die. Please. Thank God. Great Sukin, I mean, outside of like your favorite talisman, you're really not losing too much out on Rise on PC, and by the time Sunbreak hits, you're gonna need better talismans anyways. Sunbreak will be worth it. I don't know why that's even a question. It'll have at least as much length as base Rise did, which is to say 3 months? Should last you at least 3 months. Alright. Elden waited a week after release, make sure it was a good fit and stable. I mean, was it though? Certainly a week after release, I guess it probably got better. You asked me? I mean, I'm a guy with a camera and a microphone on a live stream. I mean, I can't really stop you from asking me anything. Give him a look. You're saying, am I open to questions? I mean, sure, I guess. Why not? That'd be kind of a weird thing to be like, can I show Holden? No. Maybe. What are war crimes? Jesus Christ. What an uplifting question. Crimes that have generally been outlined as things that should not be done from the Geneva Convention, I believe, is what probably sets out most war crimes. I don't know why I'm laughing. War crimes are not something to laugh at. You know, like chemical weapons, stuff like that. I mean, it's very, you know, in a way it's a little weird. It's like, okay, you're allowed to shoot like an intercontinental ballistic missile at somebody, but you're not allowed to use a chemical on them. Kind of weird when you think about it. You know what I mean? I'm not pro war crime. I am not pro war crime. It's the sort of stuff where it's like, everybody agrees all these things are so bad that we all agree that we won't do them because we don't want them done to ourselves. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there debatably are some relationships out there that could be considered a war crime on their own. I had a friend in college who I'm fairly certain got mind controlled by a girlfriend at some point because after they broke up, I'd never seen somebody so devastated before in my life. How do you get in trouble? Do you go to jail for it? I mean, yes, in some situations. You're imprisoned or, in some cases, executed for war crimes, sure. The Nuremberg trials were an example of that. I've never seen anything like it, guys. I mean, she was like a nice enough girl or whatever, but certainly not somebody to like, that you have to like have a psychotic break. That's what it was. I'm dead. Oh my god! That second guard point really coming in clutch there, huh? Is it world law or something? Yeah, I mean, generally, there's things that are either agreed to through just like international agreements. Generally, stuff like that gets organized through like the United Nations. And to our man is generally correct. I mean, you know, it all depends. Plenty of countries violate UN code and stuff like that all the time. and they don't get in trouble. Mostly the United States. But. There's a collection of countries that were, I mean, you know, debatably or whatever, the winners of World War II. And they sit on the Security Council, and they kind of get a, I want to say, like, bully that international discourse, because the funny thing is now, like, few of those countries even really get along. Like, the interests of Russia and China and the U.S. are all, like, fairly independently aligned. The guy had plenty of girlfriends before. And it wasn't even, like, traumatic. Like, it wasn't like one of them had cheated on the other one, as far as I know. Just like, nah, can we bring up? You think the nukes on Japan should be classified as a war crime? For a very long time after World War II, the United States did a lot of public relations work, both within the country and around the world, to try and get public opinion on the side that it was not a war crime. So even if you're sitting there right now and you're justifying what the U.S. did to Japan is not a war crime, that may in some way be done because of the work that was done afterwards. They had like little, like, you know, public photo ops of like U.S. officials like walking around on like nuclear blast sites. Being like, oh no, it's not so bad. Nuclear stuff is great. You know, I mean, could a case be made theoretically that the first nuclear bomb was justified? I don't know. I'm not going to sit there and really, I'm not sure that I'm personally equipped to be able to do that. However, the second bomb was definitely not necessary. So in that regard, Nagasaki was absolutely a war crime. That being said, I mean, did the U.S., you know, seem to make a pretty good faith effort in terms of, like, you know, rebuilding and setting up Japan afterwards? I guess there's been worse cases in history. I mean, did and continue to. Wet dogs are great. I mean, it's not like the U.S. has ever really stopped getting involved in conflicts that involve the death of thousands of people. It was Omega war crime? The second one was absolutely. First one, I mean, I could be convinced. Such a deeply messed up topic. Existence is suffering. Thank you for helping you understand. I mean, you're welcome. I mean, it always, you know, pays to try and enrich and further your own knowledge of the world and history. I'm sure the families take comfort in the U.S. feeling a little bad after the fact. Oh, no. I mean, I'm not even sure that they felt bad. I think a lot of the efforts from the U.S. afterwards were generally to cover up their own asses. I don't know that necessarily anyone felt bad, at least not the people that were involved or in charge. Certainly didn't stop them from churning out thousands of nuclear weapons until we got to the point of non-proliferation. How are we doing on upgrades? Is this a safe topic since Capcom is a Japan-based company? I would argue that my my comments just now were, if anything, anti-US and pro-Japan. Certainly anti-war cry. So I don't know, I mean... What do you think? But I mean, we're talking about, I mean, at this point, almost everybody involved in that decision on both sides, US and Japan, I mean, is either old or dead. So we're talking about, you know, where we go forward in history. And that's arguably a better situation to be in. Pro-nuke. At what point would I say it was pro-nuke? Give war a chance. What can I drop? Ancient potion? I don't like this fight. But I want to do it anyways because it's something to do. Still hunting Rathalos? I want to finish upgrading these legs. So that's what I'm going to do. Next month's on the list for the challenge? The only thing I can tell you with 100% absolute certainty is there are a bunch of deviants. Can you shell late? Can I shell Latte? Yo, what the hell? What did Latte do to you, bro? Maybe Latte's gonna shell you. Is there any benefit to using Valor Lance over Adept? You do more shelling damage. And it's more forgiving, I think. It's not like getting into Valor mode is particularly difficult. Regular Lance, I would never genuinely concerned using Valor Lance. Valor Lance just feels objectively worse than almost anything that I've ever... All Lance options in the game. Whereas Valor Lance is arguably one of the best. Yeah. Or sorry, Adept is one of the best. Oh, no! Please! My face! I'm burning! You get this weird thing where you can do, like, shield rushes out of, like, things with Valor Lance, and it just never felt helpful. Insta-blocked is Adept. Close. I honestly don't think the motion values are that much higher, though. With, Valor. Yeah, I mean, if you can get the timing down with insta-block, it'd be good. Yeah, we're just trying to upgrade our boots. It makes sense to me to finish doing the upgrades because, you know, we're in for a long haul now. Alright. I missed that slam on the tail somehow, but it's whatever. This is going reasonably okay, I guess. We want to see a Halo ad on Twitch. Microsoft's got big money. Where did you go? You don't go up here, do you? Oh, he probably went down. Damn it. Might miss him. He almost definitely went down. He's nuts. I'm assuming the, what was it, Halo Infinite is doing well enough?
Not.
Not using paintballs? It's my mistake. Heard of the Pokemon Rhydon? I maybe seen it before. Used to bananas, hello. Not using Psycho Serums. Got paintballs. Right on these nuts. Alright, very good. What version of the Pokemon Smasher Pass? I don't know that I'm enough of a Pokemon expert. Please hit the face. Oh. Monster Hunter Smasher Pass, I could probably do. Doing pretty good dunks. Frenchie, good morning. Fight, eat, or pass? Why not, like, fight, ride, or pass, right? In that, like, you would want to befriend the monster. Adding eating as an option is kind of funny. I don't want to fight you. I don't want to befriend you, but I will eat you. Kind of right, like Monster Hunter Stories right. Mizu seems like way too aggro. Yeah, I mean, he just always seems like some monsters, like, I feel like chill. Like, Duramboros... Like, Duramboros could chill. Mizu just seems like always pissed off. Maybe it is the horniness. I don't know what that is. Like, Rathalos seems like a bit of a dick, but, like, I can still see him, like, chilling and eating meat. You'd eat a Duramboros? I wonder what it would taste like. Timed it just barely. Not worth. I thought that might happen, but I'm like, I really wanted to get that slam off on the face. Not worth.
Not.
Cannot wait to have this challenge completed. GU is so hard. Maybe I should have started with GU. It's like everything just felt easy afterwards. So, like, my brain has it set up so that I want to get to HR 100 to unlock the Fatalises to kill them, but... The high-rank versions and the G-rank versions of this game significantly different. I guess there's always the super versions. I just don't know if I'll be able to kill the super versions in time with Gunlance. I mean, this challenge has been going on for a long time. We started this in October? Jesus Christ. It's been going on forever. Like almost 6 months. Skip them? I don't want to skip them. I'm not doing that. I've come too far at this point. Do you need HR 100 for Bloodbath? So what is it, HR 100 and have finished all? All the other deviants at least once? Current HR? 42, 43, 44. I'm in too deep, guys. You don't understand. I mean, just progressing normally, we'll likely end up getting to around 60. You hunt every deviant? I mean, we're almost there anyways. We as like a community need that music mod. If we do it a little bit at a time, like we do like 1 or 2 deviants per stream, maybe it won't feel that bad. I'll be damaged goods? I don't know if I'll be damaged goods. Can music be disabled? Yeah, you can independently control the audio for sound effects and music. Oh boy. That was ambitious. Yeah, it's something, Nefudis. Yeah, I was even suggesting that the other stream that we would just hunt the deviants as if we were hunting Kezu. Just have there be like no music. This is mildly terrifying. I'm not really scared. I took a risk. It didn't pay off. Well, I mean, of course we would listen to Bloodbath's theme, because it's an actual unique song. I always love the default volcano, sort of cavern, sort of ambient noise. Full-coated Dalai Lama. Dalai Lama, you mean? I'm probably just gonna have just complete silence. Musical silence for the deviants. Hyper monsters make me sad. Can I just say that? Ooh. Oh, is that it? Is this supposed to be like a group fight? Interviews or talks about how or why they design Generations. I remember reading some interviews where they're talking about the design philosophy of Generations. And they said it was a Monster Hunter game where they wanted you to be able to play the way you wanted to be able to play it. So it was supposed to be like a little bit easier than normal, which in some ways I guess it kind of is. Generations Ultimate was never planned initially, at least allegedly. But I think development for World was taking longer than anticipated. I mean, that being said, normally publishers are pretty silent about any expansions anyways. So how are we hating on Latte? Latte just healed me. Thanks, Latte. Be Monster Hunter World Sync? Well, I mean, there's certainly going to be a next-gen Monster Hunter game. They're going to keep releasing Monster Hunters. I guarantee you that. And they're not going to call it, like, Monster Hunter World 2. I don't know that the handler is coming back. I could see Aiden coming back. Does anime look more like CG, whereas all the hand-drawing anime? What? Hopefully, hand-drawn doesn't look like CG. I like defeats the purpose. I mean, if there's one thing anti-aerial flare should do, is it should dunk monsters. That's the whole purpose of it. It gets something like 3 times flinch modifier? The handler, if you read the notes, the male handler design was just like something that they played around with in concepts. Was it? Femboy handler was not like an initial design lock, and they're like, we must make femboy handler. I think it would have been a really fun design. I don't know if the Dude Bro public would have been able to handle it quite as much, especially with as wide of a release as World got, but it would have been really cool if we did get it. Certainly as an option, it would have been great. Quest Tender, the only male quest giver in Monster Hunter. That's a great question. I can't really speak for Dose. Is Neko male or female in Unite? Yeah, GU hub guy. It's quest tender. Neko is male. All right, so that's 2. Although it's a male cat. Buff girl handler or injured hunter? I mean, there's a lot of interesting things you can do with handler that isn't just like, I'm a girl. You know what I mean? I mean, they're kind of doing something with Sunbreak. I guess she's probably supposed to be royalty or something. The issue with handler is, like, she's got a lot of good moments. It's just, like, every time she's got a good moment, it does feel like they go out of the way to make her look dumb. For no reason. She looks like a child? Yeah, I mean, I don't really understand that. Personally. I'm not a huge fan. Hopefully she's not, like, the quest giver for, like, everything. No, I mean, she's definitely like princess or queen or some sort of royalty. Iceborne Handler was okay, but it came at the expense of Granny Handler seeming worse. I knew that was coming. From the dialogue that we saw of her, Hugh Boy, she didn't seem like overly confident or overly like acting like she was like some sort of like a, you know, full-grown person. Watch Kenichi with you? I don't know what that is. What's Kenichi? Is that Netflix? It's an anime? Yo, do we even have a hunting horn user in the lineup in the Rise Village? I don't think we do. What if they bring the handler back and she does play a hunting horn? Yeah, the Harthian Smith girl is fine. Hugh boy, I agree. Am I using the one? Guys, I seriously don't know what's going on. I seriously do not know what's going on. I haven't gotten anything else. I don't even need them for anything. $60 FPS under cheats, and then the update. That's it. I don't know what else to say. That's just a code name? Why would I boost specifically Rathalos Mantle drop rates? like what could I possibly hope to gain? I didn't get great drop rates for everything else. Monster Rise got stuck on loading screens for NPC, never used to. Uninstall and reinstall it. That is my first bit of advice. I don't know. I'm innocent. I will not... I don't have to take this besmirching of my good name. I mean, 2 5% drops is only like kind of like 1 in 100. It's not even that rare when you think about it. And it's way less than 1 in 100. This is, I mean, can you not recognize deviant monster music? What anime have I seen? I've watched a good amount of anime in my life. I think the most recent anime I watched in terms of like a full season was Tokyo Revengers. It was just okay. Very popular in Japan right now, though. I don't think hyperdeviants exist, do they? Man, this is a high rank monster, but he's still like kind of give me a hard time. I guess technically, here, all right, here's the deal, John Jeff. I prefer the term toxin as well, but allegedly, it is simply strong poison. Ranking of Kings? Actually, I did start watching that. I'm like 10 episodes in. It's fun. Gotta love non-typical heroes. This sucks. This sucks so bad. It's very good. It's a lot of fun. Non-typical heroes? Like Shield Hero? No, that's called, like, criminals. That's called what happens if you're an actual, like, should be in jail. Toxic should corrode your sharpness? There was a monster in Frontier that did that, actually. Like the leech monster. Hiya, Japanese? Konnichiwa. Or what time is it in Japan? I don't think it's day in Japan. I think it's the dead of night. Domo. Just say Domo. Very well. Absolutely 1 a.m. I think it is not time to use Konnichiwa. I think it is in no situation. Because Konnichiwa is like good day, right? You use that during daytime. Maybe you would use it early in the morning, but like morning is like Ohio, right? Ohio gozaimasu, right? Jesus Christ. We're gonna go for the slam. And we missed. Oh, I feel so bad. Jesus. I believe. Even with anti-aerial flare, it still feels like a really sad fight. You know what I mean? Like, it still feels really depressing. Any other anime I can give you? Just watch all of One Piece. That's enough anime to last you 2 years. I'm pretty sure Superstar has seen Haikyuu. Woo! Did Dad watch One Piece? Nice thing about Haikyuu is it's like on almost all the streaming services. Is One Piece on Netflix? Would I be disappointed if he hasn't? Actually, I kind of would. Oh. A little too early. I like sports animes in general, but for some reason I couldn't get into Ice Shield. I don't know what it was. I think I felt like the character was too powerful from the beginning. I'm fine if somebody starts off talented or relatively strong, but it feels like they didn't have to work at all for anything, then it's usually kind of lame. Thank you for loving Monster Hunter. Oh, I love it so much. Maddie, I was in Japan. Oh my god. Has it been 4 years, guys? 2018 Monster Hunter World Dream Match. I was in Tokyo. I stayed in, what was it, Shibuya? Was it Shibuya or Shinjuku? Can't remember. Where, guys? Where's the place where Kazuma hangs out? Help me out. It was that place. The Red Light District. It was really nice. And where else did I go? Where's the nerve center? Oh my, I'm such a goddamn nerd. Hokkaido? Hakone. I went to Hakone as well. No, I'm not sundowning. I'm sundowning a little bit. Hakone was cool. I'm in the wrong category? Am I though? Am I really? There's a thing that Pokemon streamers do, Socks, where they all just stream under one category because there's too many games. You guys can relax. Socks is he's working for Team Eric's now, anyways. All right, he hasn't got any pull around here. He can't shut the stream down, or can he? I wonder if he still has like a kill switch somewhere. I guess I could be under Rise, but I don't know. I feel a particular amount of nostalgia for... Get it? Jono will come and crush me? Dude, I feel like Jono, like, likes me. He's so nice to me all the time. feel very loved and very supported. And it's nice, like, nothing, there hasn't been, like, an awkward moment to spoil anything yet. Like, I never, like, accidentally threatened to suck out his spinal fluid. It's like, we don't have any, like, weird past or anything like that. It's just, like, normal, but, you know, fun. Probably the closest thing it got to was one stream we were doing together. Like, I almost started a rant about highways, and then I stopped. Do you think you'd get more views if you streamed under Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate? I don't think I would. I know I wouldn't. So, there you go. You bought Spelunky too? Good game. Is it on Game Pass? I think it is. I don't know. Not that my partner status matters for anything, but one day I hope that Twitch will actually consolidate categories. There should just be categories with subcategories. Because think about it, I'm like, say I want to stream like Pokemon Blue. You stream it under Pokemon Blue? Doesn't make any sense. I never want to... If I could go the rest of my life, like... Not that I think I'm going to live forever. Let's say... If I had a bargain right now with a genie to live like another 40 years and that's it. But then I would be guaranteed that I would never have to fight Dread King Rathalos ever again. I'd think about it. I would consider that bargain. We did stream some Monster Hunter into the retro category. You know, that's the weird thing about the retro categories. It's actually not that popular of a category. There's that cowboy-looking guy. And there's the Mexican gamer. Outside of that, it's not very popular. New to this division, where do I live? I am from USA, America. The only music is Deviant theme? I would have to stop. I would just, well, I mean, I could just, like, never wear headphones again. We want my address? Oh, boy. I mean... I wonder what that'd be like. Somebody like shows up. I mean, I've heard that happen before. There was a streamer and one of their fans got their address and they sold everything they had and bought a one-way ticket to the streamer's house and like knocked on his door. And to the streamer's credit, he actually stood there at the door and spoke to the fan for like a good 30 minutes to an hour. He did not open the door. Ultimately, I think the fan just like walked away. That is actually relatively harmless. There was another streamer. And like as part of her stream, she would give out her address and people like show up and they'd laugh and be like, oh, you're on the stream. That's great. One guy showed up and he's like, I'm here because I know you secretly love me. And that got bad real quick. You'll be in LA this June for E3? Oh, for work? Interesting. I don't know that I'm going to go to LA. If I do, I will hit you up. Or certainly if I go to Japan before or after June, I will hit you up. Yeah, some of those parasocial relationships can hit real deep. All right, we're doing it, guys. There we go. I don't know what happened. I mean, John Chef, my understanding from that first story is the fan was really going through like a really hard time. I mean, as a lot of people, right? You know, you have your periods of angst and uncertainty and stuff like that in life. And he was like upset with his family or something like that. He didn't know what to do. And he thought, you know, the streamer he watched every day would be able to like resolve his problems if he just came to his house and fix everything. But you know, I mean, it's like, they're just like a guy or girl who plays video games on the internet. I mean, they could talk to you, but they may not be able to provide you a solution to your health, your life. I mean, sure. I mean, you know, I mean, some amount of mental issue. I mean, I don't know. Like, is it? That's like a bucket of worms to get into. Like, you know, how it's a real mental issue. I mean, everybody goes through rough times sometimes. You know. Probably should have checked in with the guy first before you just show up at his house, because that's you know, there's some boundaries you're violating there. Black Fox anime? I haven't heard of it, so I can't say anything about it. Oh my god, this sounds so great. It's like eerily quiet. This is weird. I don't know if I like it. It doesn't even feel like I'm playing a video game. Isn't it strange? You don't miss it until it's gone. I played for months with no sound then? Well, that's different. Play music in the background then? I don't want to get, like, stream muted. Background music is very important. Here's what I can do. Can any of you hear that? I don't think one is loud enough. Can you hear that? I can't hear that at all. I've not seen Ace of Diamonds. I've seen, is it 1 ounce? One ounce is pretty okay. The intro is a little suspect. With a shirtless man floating through the air. But it's got some good gambling stuff going on in that. And you know how much I love gambling. I like this. Like, you know there's music there, but, like, you can't really hear it that much. Nice. Gunlance enthusiast? I play all of the weapons, but for this particular challenge, I am playing Gunlance only. At least for Generations Ultimate. Or I guess Double Cross, depending on what you want to call it. The only weapons I don't play often is I don't play gunner weapons super often. Heavy bowgun, light bowgun. Woo! Maddie, you came from that other Japanese stream raid from about a week ago, right? Weren't you doing a stream yourself? Or a challenge? I could have sworn you were. Just something like one monster for every follow you got? Was that you? I think that was somebody. Was it like a Valstrax for every follow? Jesus Christ. I'm trying to, I've got holes in my brain, but I feel like that was a thing. You're not very good at English? You're better at English than I am at Japanese. Switch axe, lance, and bow? Can I even be defined by just those weapons now, though? Listening is not my strong suit. I think you're good. Those are probably my best. I am very good at switch axe, lance. I mean, I guess I'm really good at bow, but bow, like, what does bow even take in World and Iceborne? You know, am I good with it? Yeah, but like, can I compete with like Faye? I don't think so. I could have sworn. Ask him if he streams. I could have sworn he streams. See, like, if I think about it, like, I feel like my hammer play is really, really good for everything other than Generations. Stop it. Do it. Do it. Yeah, I just don't even really play with bow that much anymore. Maybe it'll feel more balanced in Rise. I feel like my dual blade play is underrated. I know, that's just like where I am right now. It's like, I don't know. I don't want to turn into like oh, Shepard, you're so cool and strong at all these weapons things. Like trying to think about it objectively. Like, there's some weapons like I'm really good at. At the level of top weapons of those used? I don't know. RTA play and like casual play is a little bit different than like the play you see when people are doing TA runs. I'm not gonna be like, ooh, if I did a TA, I'd be so much better and cooler at it. But I mean, there's some truth to that. You know, if you take 1,000 times, you know, on one quest or whatever, you record your best run, you're gonna look different. It's gonna hit different. It's like disappointing there's not more love behind doing arenas. The unfortunate thing, Ed, is I don't think you've watched me play Rise with Charge Blade that much, because I got really good at it in that game. And the funny thing is Charge Blade is a generally looked down on weapon in Rise. People all trying to make SAADs work, and the rule is, you know, don't SAAD. Just don't do it. I feel like you're saying my Lance is good, but like, who the hell else are you watching with Lance? If you compare me to Harukin, I don't think there's a question. I mean, that's like God tier. Although he may be, Harukin might be one of the best Monster Hunter players alive. Like across all weapons. If he chooses to spend his time in the Narwhal Mines. Very Dave is extremely good at video games, Ryan. He should have won the Mortal Shell tournament. He's so good. I was so impressed with his run. What is he doing in Elden Ring recently? The world play of Switch Axe, I feel like, is more entertaining sometimes than Rise. You're gonna go to bed? Good night? How do you say good night? I mean, obviously there's sayonara, but I don't remember how to say it in Japanese. Skipped New Game Plus? Like you just start New Game Plus? People still play Evade, Switch Axe, and Rise or Iceborne? Oh, yeah, Sumi. I mean, in Rise, you just, like, invincible gambit through everything. Arctic Ridge. Although, you could evade, you know, the issue that I have with Rise is a little bit of the world criticism I had, and not even the world criticism, but the Iceborne criticism, where you get certain moves or certain play styles that end up being kind of reductive, where you end up not using a large portion of your moveset. World Switch Axe is probably the best. Rise Switch Axe is incredibly fun, but you could definitely end up in a situation where you're spamming Soaring Withered Blade with transformation chops nonstop. I mean, Hammer, you still play like a normal weapon. It's just you throw out Impact Crater literally every second you can get it. You know? I mean, at the very least, you still end up using quite a bit of the moveset. But Impact Crater takes a while to come back, so. It's kind of a weird looking face. That's with Guard, too. Is this the guy, if you break his face, his roars are... I mean, Insectglaive to me feels fine. My biggest issue is that Aerial feels too good sometimes. Assuming hunting their weakest form for brevity? I mean, what do you want me to do? I mean, I can't. Do you want me to max all of them out? The challenge is just kill all of them once. Max form Bolt Reaver? EX Bolt Reaver? That's something, man. All EX challenge next? That's gonna be a while. I'm not saying it'll never happen, because it might happen. EX, I feel like, would be faster than all 140s without the help of others. I think there actually is technically a way to get this emulator online, Shep. It's not impossible. Jesus. I mean, to be fair, though, there's a lot of deviants, too. I might have to start taking those Mega Dash juices. Thanks for streaming. You're welcome. 16 quests per deviant? For the non-G ones, yeah. The Grimclaw's got an interesting attack. 175 total quests. Man, I don't want to do that math right now. Yeah, it's a lot. It's too many. And imagine if you're playing it with friends. So, like, double that. Or triple that. Or quadruple that. Depending on how many friends you have. Apparently the quest unlocks only counted for people that would post those as well. Infinite content. I've tried to do streams of just GU and like going through GU casually before, and you just hit a wall at a certain point. You're just like, what is this? I keep thinking he's gonna like spin at me. Alex, through, thank you. Get it. Well, if there's one person in the world that could carry you, it's Drac. I'm assuming he finished all weapons in GU. The first time I met Drac in person, he showed off his complete collection of weapons in Generations, and he told me he spent like something like 60 hours literally only grabbing frozen globs from Gammoth. And I was like, wow, that's impressive, but also, are you okay? Where's Sam? I don't know. Could message him. He's on Twitter. I saw him there the other day when I was raging at people. So he's still around. No. I haven't been on Twitter in at least a month, maybe longer. Who? I'm literally the old guy that yells at kids to stay off the lawn. I never said, I literally, it's the opposite. Okay? I never said stay off my lawn. I said, if you kick crap into my lawn, get your stuff. Come onto my lawn and grab your stuff. That's the opposite. I was like basically inviting him on my lawn to get his crap and to take it home. It was just because there was like a pile of balls that he just like kept like every time he'd lose a ball, he would just he would get more balls and kick them into my yard. And at a certain point, I'm just like, yo, like, you don't have to keep getting balls. Like, you can grab them. I'm sure his mom or whatever was probably like, don't bother the neighbors. But it wasn't a bother.
No.
What the bother was leaving the crap in my lawn. This must sound terrible. I must sound completely unhinged. Somebody here has to understand. Somebody. You know, it was feeding into this thing where like only 6 months after I moved into that house, like kids in the neighborhood were telling me they thought my house was haunted. They thought it was a spooky house. Look, I don't keep lights on, okay? I gotta pay for that electricity. So, yeah, I mean, it's gonna look haunted because there's no lights on, but like, that's on purpose, you know, eco-friendly. There was one Halloween, one of the neighbors came by, and I was giving out candy. And, you know, I was giving out candy at the front door. She was, like, kind of young. She was, I don't know, like 10 or 11. That age where they'd be talking about my house being the haunted house. And she's like, wow, your house is actually kind of nice inside. It's like a normal house. I was like, yeah, thanks. It's not like cobwebs. It's not like actually haunted. Thank you. It wasn't a bourgeoisie house. It's just a normal house. See the nutsuit. I was not wearing the nutsuit. No, the outside's not covered in moss. All right. You know how, like, people put on all these lights on outside their house You know, maybe they're outside. They have children, so they play with their kids outside or whatever. They go outside. They talk to their neighbors. All those things. Just like whatever the worst possible choice is for what you could personally do to give yourself like the reputation of having a haunted house. Yes, that's me. That's literally me. I don't have any cats. I don't have any cats. I don't have any dogs. I don't have kids. I'm not antisocial. Maybe I'm a little antisocial. I'm not trying to be unfriendly. It's just like, I don't got any. I don't got anything to talk about. Just quiet neighbors, keeping to ourselves. You did that. If you went walking, if you even did that, back would you smile at your neighbors. The whole reason I found out, they thought my house was haunted in the first place. I saw some kids selling lemonade. And I'm like, oh, I'll be a nice neighbor. I'll buy some lemonade, like whatever, 50 cents, $1. I've got that in my car. I bought the lemonade, and the kid's like, oh, hey, where do you live? And I point at my house, like, oh, you live in the haunted house. We never see anyone come or leave. Did I go? What do you mean? Did I hang out and help them sell lemonade? They say my house isn't haunted? Yeah, I mean, I asked them, what do you mean my house is haunted? They're like, they said we never see anyone ever come out. We never see anyone outside. What am I supposed to say? At that point, play along? I was taken back. I didn't know that I lived in the haunted house in the neighborhood. You only see the movers drop off more couches. I walk sometimes. Is Jen into flowers or anything outside? Once or twice every spring, she will go outside and do some gardening. No, this was before I played video games for a living. This was, I worked at a credit union. Nowadays, yes, I play video games for a living. I don't want them to know that. I'm gonna keep that on the down low. You come in my house asking me to stream Among Us or something. Well, Bowser, I'm not looking to end up in a news article someday. This career goes south. How do you explain your gap in the CV? I don't know if I'm even mentally capable of working a normal job where I have an employer ever again. Like, if I was given, like, a large amount of independence, like I was teaching English or something like that, I could probably do that. But if I have got a manager I got to report to on a daily basis, I don't know. I don't even know if I could do that. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I do some volunteering. I haven't done it recently, but I used to do some volunteering, like teaching like finance and stuff like that. In like elementary, middle, and high schools. And I would like try to explain to them how they were far more likely to actually become a professional athlete, which they were not likely to do than they would ever be able to make a living playing video games. Did I explain the finance of streaming? I told them straight up. I'm like, if you can't pay attention during this class, you'll probably never have the work ethic or attention span to stream for a living, so just don't. Find a job you can do and enjoy your video games as a hobby. It's hard, man. It's hard to do that teaching, the volunteering, because like I don't know, like the kids just can't. concentrate anymore. A lot of streamers are lazy and press start stream. Well, the ones you know that are able to do that and they have over, whatever, 500 viewers regularly, it's not that they're necessarily lazy, but, like, why would they do anything else if they don't need to? Trying to cut the competition earlier? Yeah. You to play games as living as a QA tester, but, like, probably a good part of that is, like, humping the wall, like, mashing buttons and stuff like that. It's probably not that, it's probably not as fun as, like, yeah! Used to teach in Japanese. I lived in China for 1 year, and I taught English in China. I never taught in Japan. Did you explain them always buy Capcom stocks till inflation is up? I can't explain what happens to me and why I have these powers. It's actually a lot more feedback than wall humping. Well, that's good. I'm glad it's better than that. I know there's wall humping. 100% there's wall humping. It's why usually when the topic of China comes up, I'm like I almost always play the devil's advocate for them. I mean, I'll 100% be critical of them because they definitely make mistakes absolutely on the regular, but for the most part in Western discourse, they get a pretty, almost universally, like, you know, dog pile. Yeah, I mean, 8 hours of being live is a long time. Lately, I've only been doing like 5 or 6. I mean, we'll go much harder when Sunbreak is out, but I'm conserving my energy until then. I mean, much the same could be said for a lot of countries. Maybe not the United States, though. We definitely have some bad people. Sorry, but we do. $8+ daily for months? Like 7 days a week? Yeah, that's a lot. Oh, does he go twice? That's neat. Tom, I mean, look, don't get me wrong, man. I 100% agree that whole the situation with the Uyghur people is bad. The insane thing is, like, it's essentially a similar sort of continuation from what really caused a lot of hardship in, like, I guess it was the 60s? Cultural Revolution? What was the couch count after and before teaching kids econ? I don't know if I have an exact history. I don't know if I have, like, a chronology of my couches. I mean, I don't know if you can call it a concentration camp, but whatever the hell we've got going on down on the border is not great. I don't know if you can call it the same thing as what China's doing, but it's still not good. A lot of countries got a lot of bad looks. Please produce a YouTube video documentary featuring couches. It's not the sort of thing that I'm trying to flex on. I think the difficult thing is, like, there's a lot of information, and it's hard to verify it as true or not, that, like, China's out there gathering people and, like, harvesting their organs like it's some sort of, like, dystopian nightmare fuel novel. Which, look, could people have died and they harvested their organs? Yes, definitely, on brand, but, like, are they turning it into, like, an organ? Like, are they taking every healthy male and removing one kidney? Like, I don't think so. Are they systematically trying to, like, erase their culture and turn everybody into a homogenized society? Yes. That's the hard part, is when, like, things get, like, omega sensationalized. So, like, rather than focusing on what's actually bad about it, like, oh, I guess they eat babies. Like, there's plenty of bad stuff without having to make things up, you know? Chances of this monster being in Sunbreak? I don't know. Good chance of Glavenus. And something that's equivalent to Hellblade Glavenus? I don't know. Minus 2 social credits. The thing that makes me giggle is to ask a common Chinese citizen over who's like one of the greatest enemies of China in history, and they'll say Chiang Kai-shek. And that makes me giggle a little bit. I don't know why. So for Iceborne Glavenus, Hellblade Glavenus, the double tail swipe? Cool. Good job, guys. I guess if there's one good part about the United States, is people really are given complete freedom of speech. You can just spat out any insane thing you want here, and for the most part, there's zero consequences. So, I guess that's neat. Guess I'll go for the tail. US is a reality show? I think it's that way for a lot of people. It's like the UK has the royal family, and the US has, like, literally the entire country. It's pretty sweet. I don't know what ScoMo is. Is that like ScoMo my balls, or? Sounds like somebody's balls should be ScoMo'd. Oh, he's our prime minister? Oh, I'm so sorry. That's so ignorant of me for not knowing that that's your prime minister. Sorry. I don't want to give you any bad news, John Shaft, but I mean, there is a non-zero chance that that could happen again. You brought coal into Parliament to say it's not bad? Here, you can look at this lump of coal. It's not bad. Can you be honest? You don't like Kirby? What the hell, man? What did Kirby do to you? That Trump wasn't bad for the first 2 years and he started losing mind the last two? Probably would have gotten reelected if it weren't for the whole coronavirus thing. But yeah, I mean, in terms of being unhinged, I mean, that's his brand. People like it. Apparently, like, as late as, like, July of 2021, he was still trying to work with people to get Biden removed from office. And a special election held to get him reelected. There was just a interview like yesterday about somebody from the House of Representatives that was talking about that. It's like, bro, like Biden's been in office for 6 months. You can't just remove him at this point. Trump is the best. I'm going to disagree that Trump is the best. However, I will give you a concession that Biden also sucks balls. And I think we could agree to agree on at least one part of that. At the very least, there's non-stop entertainment when Trump's in office. We talking about President Joe Manchin? My favorite president, Joe Manchin. I did not realize that being a senator from West Virginia puts you in the place of president. But it appears to be that that is the situation we currently operate in. Politics 3? We're getting a little bit. I mean, we're fighting deviants right now. Do I like Kirby games? I mean, yeah, they're okay. I mean, I don't have like an active disdain for Kirby. I think his games are pretty fun, yeah. Am I getting the new Kirby game? No, probably not. But I mean, it's okay. I mean, I'm sure it's gonna be okay. Here's my deal. I want to finish this challenge before Sunbreak. Like, I'm gonna do it. So get your jock strap, strap in your nuts, and sit back because we're going, man. Aren't I almost done? I would like to think that. To me, most people with more than 4 couches are corrupt? Yo! What the hell, man? You think I earn, like, these couches off the blood and sweat of, like, normal people who toiled? I gotta get up to HR 100. What do you mean they're right? You don't know how I got these couches? No, I have to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, at least 5 couches, but an argument could be made 6. How did I get them? I bought most of them. I think one of them was a gift. Okay, all right, so hold on. Let's do a little. You're corrupt, I'm leaving. A little mental inventory. Okay, so no, all right. The sunroom. That probably sounds terrible enough as it is. The fact that I have a sunroom and there's going to be people in the chat gonna be like, streamer, I don't even know what a sunroom is. Why do you have couches in it? Whatever. There are 2 full couches in the sunroom. Okay, now I've got 2 living rooms. We'll start with the second living room. I have a couch, a love seat, and a recliner in my second living room. My first living room has a very large L-shaped couches, which is kind of like 2 couches put together. I'm just trying to clear the air about what's a love seat. It's like a mini couch. You wouldn't count the love seat and the recliner, to be fair. That's fine. I'm just telling you what I have. All right, trying to clear the air. Why is it called a love seat? Because you cuddle on it. You are rich. You'll meet someone every day who's got more money than you, and you'll meet somebody every day who's got less. Okay. No, it's not a sex pillow. A love seat is just a small couch. You know it? I'm not rich. There's plenty of other people out there with a lot more money than me. It's for cuddling, or, you know, if you don't have space for a full couch. Have you ever met anyone who has met more money than me? Absolutely, yeah. Lots of people. Hold on, I'm not calling you guys poor. I didn't mean I meant this. A big chunk of chat would be richer than most streamers? I mean, that's not a fair comparison. You know it. I must have a big family with all those couches. It is literally only me and my wife. I technically called you poor once? What, was I dogging on you because of the amount of couches you have? I'm sorry. I talk people more than me every day. Do you use different lounge rooms sometimes? So the sunroom, when it's warm out, we will usually eat dinner in. The first living room I'm in all the time. The second living room, I'm not allowed to sit on most of those couches. Right. Right. I could sit in the recliner. If I sit on the couch or the love seat and Jen sees me, I guarantee you her question would be like, why are you sitting on that? How many bedrooms? How many bedrooms are too many bedrooms? No, the forbidden couches don't have granular plastic on it, but she's bought a bunch of blankets that she puts on them if company comes over. Is a capture quest? Oh, thank you. I was going to forget. More than 3. Okay. Do I have to answer the question? I have more than 3 bedrooms. But one of them is being used as an office. And one of them is for my anime. Yes, I brought shrinks. So it's not a bedroom, it's like an anime room. How big is this house? It's a reasonable sized house. How many bathrooms? Not many. 2? 2 full bathrooms? It's okay to be rich. I'm not rich. It is not a hentai room. It's for anime. It's for watching anime in. It doesn't sound reasonable. It is reasonable to have an anime room. Every one of you would get an anime room if you could get one. Upper middle class at least. Do you have manga too? No, it's pretty much just for the anime. How many anime rooms do I think normal people have? I mean, the way some of you talk, I think any room you occupy becomes an anime room. Just your existence turns it into an anime room. Why do you just not watch anime in your office? You know, after a long day in the office, I want to have a room that's just dedicated to my anime. Do I have a game room? I turned my basement into a home gym. I've got a full power cage with weights and a treadmill. And I've got, I think, 3 TVs down there for video games. Does my mansion have a bar? In the basement, there's a bar with like that little things that hang up, where you can like hang like glasses for alcohol. Does someone spotted ye? I've got safety bars for if I'm lifting. It's the appraisal value? That's irrelevant. Second monitor is super tiny. All right, so yeah, I mean, one TV is like 50 inches. The other one is 32 inches. And then the other one's like a CRT TV. No, it's not 500,000. No. Can I join my gym? If you're in the area, I'd let you work out. She does not think we're bougie. Her parents' house is even larger than ours. It is not $1 million. It's not $1 million. If I owned $1 million in assets, I would liquidate it immediately and like soft retire. I was not born into wealth. Absolutely not. I was not only on reduced lunch at some points in my childhood, I was on free lunch, okay? I was so poor, they're like, yo, you don't even need to give us the 35 cents, okay? So how dare you? Sorry? It's okay. I don't blame you. You feel poor in my presence? If I could do it, literally anyone can do it. There was a free lunch option where I went to high school, yeah. 35 cents help? It was reduced lunch. That was not the normal price. That was like the price for poor kids. It was normally like $2 or $3 for lunch. I wasn't buying full price lunch at 35 cents in like the 1950s. Get free lunch too? Respect. I did not go to school in the 1950s. I was not alive. And yes, sometimes I brought lunch from home, but like my mom would pack me stuff like a sandwich and a lemon. I think they felt bad for me. They're like, why are you making me eat why is this kid eating a lemon? Somebody give this guy a lunch. No, I was not buying Papa John's. I wasn't rich in high school. House television was all black and white. That's not my life. How you forgot about the lemon? Yeah, I wake up every day and I think about that lemon, okay? I wake up every goddamn day and I'm like, I'm not going back to eating lemons. I work too hard. Figure I finished university 10 years ago? You're 34 to 36 at most. VIP, please. Thanks. I mean, actually, they're totally much younger. Life gives you lemon. Yeah, what if the quote was like, when life gives you lemons, eat the lemon and just suffer through it? No, it's okay. No, I understand. I know, I get it. I know how it is. I'm not saying I'm some sort of like majorly professional financial guru. All I can say is just try to avoid paying interest on things if you can avoid it. It's a lot of money. It's hard to even realize how much money is wasted on interest payments in most people's lives until you really sit down and calculate it. And then it's just depressing. See a few. You know, I don't know what it's like in other countries, but in the United States, it almost feels like it's categorically designed to, like, keep people uninformed and pay interest on things. If I didn't know any better. And I'm not saying that I do. Because that absolutely could be the case. From politics stream to finance stream? It's like that in every country? I feel like some countries are a bit better about it. Like some Asian countries are absolutely, you know, what you'd call like a saver country. Problem is you don't plan or invest or anything, just spend and live in the now. I mean, if your employer offers like a match for your 401k, at the very least, max that out. A lot of places, if you put in 5%, they'll give you 5%. Like, just max that out. You'll be doing a lot better than most people. It maybe won't get you to retirement, but it'll at least get you started. I'm not saying everyone needs to run out, get a Charles Schwab account, and start investing in Capcom. Because I'm not, but... I mean, you could, and you could be lucky like me, and then a Saudi prince will decide to invest $1 billion in the company. That was lucky right there. Oh, that was awesome. No, god damn it. He wasn't even limping. God damn it. Can I explain inflation? At the very most simple terms, it involves when because of the amount of money that's in circulation and the way that money is moving, prices for things start to go up. So money is, in a way, worth less. In theory, there's something called deflation, where money will, over time, become more valuable. But that's actually, well, academically considered worse than inflation. A kind of inflation? It's got something to do... So it all depends on, like, the speed of money, Mega Fishman. The fastest is known as, like, sonic inflation. So if you just go to Google and search for, like, sonic inflation, you'll find some, like, really good articles on exactly how it works if you're really curious. When you get money back from stocks anyways, normally when you sell them, but occasionally you can get money through something called dividends, where they just give you money based on their profits. My stream is so quiet, your headset turned off twice? I don't know. I mean, I'm almost peaking like 0 dBs here. That sounds like a personal problem. See things you did when you Googled sonic inflation. Don't know what you're talking about. Oh, it's the lack of background noise. Oh, I see. Well, we turned the music down, and I'm not going to change that. Guys, all right, hold on. How do you get dividends? Nowadays, most stock options have it so that you just automatically reinvest the dividends. But in some situations, you could have it so the dividends go into your brokerage account, and then you could transfer the dividends out to a normal checking account. Somebody help me out, guys. I'm sundowning super hard. What's the skill? Capture? What the hell am I doing? Guys, I'm scared. The one that tells you when the monster's ready for capture. It's not psychic. What the hell is it called? Hold on. Here's what we'll do. We'll do that. We're going to do this one. Is it psychic? No way. Is that it? That's not it. It's not sniper. You're not helping. Perception. It's perception. Why don't I have it? Oh, I might need to buy... How much is $1 worth in Japan? Very roughly, I think $1 is about 100 yen in Japan. So I need gargoyle feathers, and I think you need binoculars. I mean, it's interesting when you compare currency conversions from, you know, one country to the other, is like the local price for goods could be different. Like, Japan in general actually has fairly affordable housing. Especially when you start to consider, like, you know, how valuable real estate could be there in certain situations. But then other things are more expensive. How's 100 in yen? Depends what you want to buy. I mean, you could probably get something to eat, like maybe like an onigiri at a 7-Eleven for 100 yen, I'm sure. Well, I mean, there's laws in certain countries, too, about whether or not you can actually own land or not, depending on whether you're a resident or not. I think we got to get those gargoyle feathers. Try that. What do you mean, how much is 100 yen? I just told you, it's like very roughly $1. It's not $1, but... You know, I think like $1.40 is almost like a pound. Euro is probably like close to $1.10, $1.20 maybe. $1 US is probably worth like 1.2 Canadian dollars. Australian dollars are all over the place. Is it really almost $2? Wow. 122 yen? Wow. That seems to me like the yen is going down. Or the dollar has gone up. I don't know. There's some people who make a living by purely holding on to currency and then trading it whenever they would make a profit on it. If you're ever at a bank or a credit union and they have something called a money market account, that's the idea behind that. That always seemed kind of strange to me. But, like, whatever. I don't care. You love my math jitsu? You think this is like my ninja skill? Day trading? Day trading is like when you're trading stocks on a daily basis. Certainly, you could do, like, money market as a day trade. Absolutely. But day trading encompasses more than that. I mean, day trading to me feels like it's very close to gambling. But, I mean, I guess some people are able to do it enough. There's no night trading, really. The idea behind day trading is, like, the markets are open during the day. If you're doing, like, long-term investments, it doesn't really matter when you buy or sell because, like, within a 24-hour period shouldn't make that big of a difference. But if you want to be, like, making moves based on, like, the fluctuations during a day, you have to trade while the market's open. You're well off thanks to your parents, but once they pass, you'll be homeless? I mean, if you're well off, the money could be invested, and then you could live off of the interest, get an education, and get some good skills. Like, for me, like, I'll check my investments every day or every other day, but I probably only actually move money around, I don't know, once every couple months. But I'm investing long term, so it doesn't really matter. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the term currency pair. If you have $100, you have 100 yen? No, because $1 is worth 100 yen. You have 10,000 yen. Technically, because it's 122 yen, you have, what is it? 12,200 and whatever, so yen. Because a dollar is worth 100 yen. You could almost think about each individual yen is almost equivalent to 1 cent. Except, actually, you can get more than that. So we got 1 feather? Dude, this sucks. This sucks balls. I don't want to do this. I'm gonna cry. So if I have 10 yen, I have $1. You need 100 yen. Technically, you need 122 yen to have $1. This is like explaining goddamn Lance math to you guys. It's not that hard. I see the furry Sonic Xbox controllers. Dude, like, what if you got them dirty? They're probably removable and washable, right? What? God damn it. I'm not gonna explain crap. Perception. Jesus Christ, I need 10 feathers. I'm losing my goddamn mind. Is there like a Gargwa quest where I can just kill Gargwa? Is 10 yen like 10 cents? It's close. Yes. Let's just say yes. If I have $122, I have 1 yen. Okay, you guys are just fucking with me right now. Yen to the dollar. We just said 122 yen is $1. What is the conversion rate of yen to zenny? I think it's 1 to 1, man. That's my headcanon. If you never noticed, zenny is like what Capcom calls all of the money in their games. The thing is just knowing how much yen you have is meaningless unless you know what the yen can buy you in Japan. What is the conversion rate of yen to bougie couches? I don't know what a couch costs in Japan. Secondhand, it's probably pretty cheap. Actually, I used PlayAsia to buy my copy of Stranger of Paradise and Elden Ring so I could get it earlier. How much hentai can I buy with this yen? I don't know whether it's legal or illegal, but you can get a lot of hentai for free. Wait. Hold on. Nobody clipped that. Are my toilet seats heated? No. I've got a working man's bidet. If there's one thing that will stop me from going to the guillotine, is the fact that I have a manual, mechanical, cold water bidet that I blast my ass with daily. Not heated. The struggle. Is that a tube that I blow into? Every time I go into the bathroom, Jen's got to go outside and start up the pump. The bidet pump. She's like, it's like one of those, you know those like little minecart things that you would use to like go back the tracks? Like you had to like pump them up and down. She's like outside pumping it outside to generate enough water pressure for my bidet to work. Something to keep you humble, like as far as I never called you guys pores. Jen, the beans are acting up tonight. Get ready. Start the pump. Pedal power to my bidet. Some guy outside on like a little like electric bike. Dude, you know, when you turn it on full blast, like it does stuff, man. We're making decos. The bike is the toilet. The harder you pedal, the harder it blasts. I feel like it'd be counterproductive. Unpaid intern on a treadmill powering your bidet. So really not a good quest for this. Promise you this is not faster with prowlers. We both have the same money. Well, if you have $1 and I have $1, it's the same. If I've got 100 yen and you have $1, technically not the same. If I had 122 yen and you had $1, They're very close to being the same, but you would still have to convert it to use it anywhere else. We're gonna get there, guys. What's that? Do I need to call Jen? I'm fine. I'm okay. Was that a sound I just made? Does that not sound like a human noise? No, stop. Get back here, you son of a bitch. She need to start the pump. Can I hunter for hire as this? I've been entirely offline, so I don't even know if I've got default hunters to use. You misunderstand? It's okay. I mean, you don't have to learn everything the first time you hear it. There's nothing wrong with that. No, it's you don't have to apologize. It's not really taught well in schools, if it's taught at all. Did anybody in a United States school ever get taught about different currency and currency conversion before they graduated high school? I don't know if I did. I really don't. When I volunteer for junior achievement, sometimes they want me to go in and tell them about checks, and I feel like a goddamn dinosaur. I was homeschooled, so you weren't taught anything? You must have been taught something. They had to have a book or something. My favorite part about checks was this one old guy that insisted on using a checkbook rather than using like the electronic records. And he'd always get really upset whenever his checkbook was unbalanced, and then it would invariably come down to him like just not writing something down. Like, yep. Forgot that coffee you got. He was also the sort of guy, like, I swear to God. Did I help him balance it? Sure I did. He's the reason why they ended up creating a check balancing fee. Well, I didn't mind helping him, actually. I mean, it was a fine way to spend an afternoon. But I think he would take out $5 at one branch and then go over to another branch and then deposit the $5. So that was a little sad. What is this tweet? Limited edition Pepsi Man Maple Syrup Cola? Huh. That's certainly a thing. Huh. I mean, it'll give attention to Pepsi and IHOP, so. Am I a mathematician? I have a master's degree in economics, and I needed to know calculus for that. There's some weird rumor on the internet that I'm a math major or something like that, but I'm not. I studied economics. Which, I mean, has math. But that's like saying like a physics major is like a mathematician. And like, I'm not talking down math major at all. In fact, math major is a good idea. Dude, calculus can suck my balls. I would have done a lot more. Have you ever had an inflatable couch? I think so. I mean, there's definitely parts of economics you can get into without math. And there's certainly things you can do in economics that are actually very analytical that don't require a lot of math on your end. But for sure, he just becomes invincible at that point. It gets increasingly harder to live without it. Calculus can suck my balls. It can. The thing is like, I felt like I was so good at algebra, and then calculus came, and I'm like, oh, actually, I guess I suck. I guess I suck at everything. I guess it's my life now. I don't know why. What sort of idiot would compare a mathematician to an economist? It makes no sense. You're pretty good at Monster Hunter? Oh, hey. Got that with my Masters of Arts in Economics. I wish it was a Masters of Science, but the college I went to didn't offer that. So what it is, Super Sorrow, is calculus is when you've got a curve, like on a graph. Calculus is really good at figuring out what that area is. I heard something once, and I don't know if it's true. Newton developed calculus because he wanted to figure out how dense the Earth was. Which explains two things. One, how genius Newton was, and two, why he died a virgin. I'm so sorry. That's really mean. Thank God for Newton. He really enabled a lot of modern things. That was low? Oh, I'm sorry. But he did, okay? Yeah, I remember calculus being about rate of change. I'm not holding any punches today. I'm just saying you should probably balance your life's ambition with enjoying your life. Like, I'm not judging his version of it. I'm just saying there's probably a cause and effect, right? He was sitting there wondering why apples were falling, and I'm here pretty assured why he lived a certain way. Like, I'm just trying to get enough Gargoyle feathers so I don't fail another deviant capture quest. Because, like, I've got a lot of these to go. You're still a virgin? There's nothing wrong with that. You can wait until marriage if you want. If you get married, you should probably get ready to give it up. But before marriage, if you really don't want to, that's fine if that's your choice. One-minute ad break? Sure. On the other hand, if you're down to get Gex all the time, that's fine too. Any Gex havers in chat? 22 and a virgin? Ah, it's very young. have a lot of whispers. Who's whispering me? Knock it off! Wait, what? Hold on. Me? Known as one of the fathers of science, and I'll be the bougie bean gurgler when the robots simulate our lives to torture us for enslaving their kind? Some girls are so fast. Hey, man. Some people just thirst more than others, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. You held a Gek once? Got one Gek haver in chat. Okay, so... Grinder. Oh, you know what? I think we actually probably only need 4 of those. Nice. Barely give up anything. All right. Okay. Okay. Not going to screw this up. It's not just to capture a crab. There's actually every G1 of the deviants is capture. So. Yeah, we got that going on. Oh, we need that. Get rid of that. And that. He just didn't even limp. I swear he didn't limp when I fought him the last time. Seriously? Yeah, I don't really know what's going on with Gex having across the world. Apparently, 75% of countries last year had a reduction in population. Like, people are not having kids. People have just stopped having them. In a lot of countries. Which, I mean, you know, can you blame them? I guess. I don't know, pretentious. Like, I'm not really, like, on the side of, like, oh, those breeders, stop having kids. Like, I think it's a good thing that people have kids. Last year, yeah. Yeah, no, that's what I saw. I mean, you know, it's not just lying up with COVID. I mean, it's like, we've been in this for a while. It could be that there's just like, so many people dying that it's outweighing the birth rate. But I think in a lot of situations last year is probably just people just not having kids. I don't know what this crap is. I don't know. I know in a lot of countries, especially right now, you're seeing like increasing cost of living. Like, I couldn't even imagine like being Canadian and like thinking about owning a home one day in most major cities. Dynasty Warriors 9 is such a bad game. Was Dynasty Warriors 8 good? Owning a home doesn't even occur to you as an option as why you would have kids? I mean, just like a home is like a place of having like some financial security and a way to build some net worth. And I just know in Canada, a lot of homes are going for like hundreds of thousands more than they reasonably should be. So they went from being one of the best entries in the series to one of the worst. Wow. Feels bad, man. What makes it bad? My only issue is Hyrule Warriors was the performance. And I tried Persona. I could not get into it. I just don't really like the storyline of Persona 5. And the spin-off games are not, like, particularly well known for having great storylines. They don't have the A-team working on those. Play Persona 4 Golden? I did. You know, there's actually an ongoing debate about whether or not Persona 4 Golden is actually even better than Persona 4. The argument being is that the pacing gets super slowed down in Persona 4 Golden. And it's actually a valid point. God knows, emo, goth, poetry girl doesn't necessarily add a lot in terms of the social links. Cute design. Do not want to hear any of your poetry. The percentage where I am at this challenge? 95%. If not higher. This is literally the last game and we're already in G rank. Pretty much just have to get ourselves up to HR 100 and then we'll be done within a day or two. Should be done next week. I'm hoping it'll be done next week. It's been like a 6-month-long challenge. What's next? There's some weird mods for World that we might do. I might do some Rise speedruns. I might just do some Rise content in general. Like, I might try and max out that guild card. You ever see you doing this challenge again, or does GU make it not worth it? Maybe in a couple years. It will not be in 2022 or in 2023. 2024, sure. I could see myself doing all credits. All credits is a fun challenge I could see myself doing once a year. And trying to cram it all within a month is really cool, I think. But all monsters is a nightmare. Should do all the emergency apexes and crap? In Rise? I don't think I did emergency Valstrax, and there might have been one last update that I didn't do either. But that's stuff that we can definitely do. We're watching speedruns? Yeah, we might do some Rise speedruns. I'd like to try out a speedrun with the Defender and Guardian gear just to see how different it is. In World, it was super gross, but I feel like it's a little bit more balanced in Rise. So maybe we'd get something good out of it. Best weapon in Rise. Like from a balanced perspective, like from a holistic perspective, probably longsword or bow. How best how? Like most powerful, most brain dead, most fun? I'm gonna need a little bit of help with that. Should you go for hub or village or rise with guardian? Village is always faster. And then you'd use that. You do the promotion quest. For clearing quickly. Do you want to think or not? Bow or longsword if you want to think a little bit. Bowgun if you don't want to think at all. What would you put? Would you put apples on a pizza? I'd put pineapples on a pizza. Go through village or go through to high rank 2? Oh, I'd go up to Narwa, so by default you have to go through high rank. The village only run is dumb. Village with defender seems like a nap town. I mean, village is already basically nap town. Just gets through village faster. Remember, I was doing like speed runs in like 2 hours naked. So we're not talking about like most challenging game ever here. Goal is to speed up village to get to high rank faster so that slightly more interesting things happen. Upgrade requirements anyways, literally 1 bone. You get 1 twisted bone when you do the tutorial mission, and then you get a 150 raw weapon with decent green sharpness. I think it's 1 iron ore to make it, if they don't just give it to you. Yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing, is so like, the defender weapon and the guardian gear or whatever in high rank is mostly outweighed. Certainly the weapons are. The weapons are stronger earlier in Rise, but overall they end up being way stronger in World. Oh shoot, god damn it. They should give you like a little bit of a warning or a little bit of a grace period when your shells are going to overheat you or not, because I was like mid-attack animation when the thing cooled down. Hirschman, thank you. Story's better in World, for sure. Although, Rises is okay, too. Rise also doesn't have bioenergy, so that's appreciated. Well, the thing is with Rise, like, you just get the weird old man groaning sort of stuff going on. Like, monsters are not, like, very well directly integrated into the story. Yeah, I mean, Rise is pretty much just about mind control. Which, the more you think about it, the more it starts to feel more and more like the twins were just, like, kind of like a gross... who knows? Dojin bait for somebody. Not that I know anything about that. Story's never been Monster's strong point? I disagree. For You, I thought had a great story, and even games like Try and 3U, like, I thought the story there was great. You know, it's simple, but like you're building up a village. The problem is like the story isn't slapped in your face. Like you got to spend your time to talk to people. You know, did Freedom Unite have a great story? I don't know. Certainly Monster Hunter 1 had a decent story. Dose, from what I can tell, had a pretty good story. I would say a lot of issues from complaints about the storyline come from people having played Generations or Generations Ultimate and falling to sleep. You know, Generations Ultimate, Generations is just bad. At least in Generations Ultimate, you're doing something really interesting. You're like, yeah, we're doing research on a new Elder Dragon. Wow, it's the Crimson Star. It's so interesting. We're the White Academy. Oh, we pushed too far and like villages got destroyed. What are we gonna do? And then you complete everything and you get like the most like obnoxious anime outro cutscene ever that like just completely deflates everything you did. And you're like, oh, okay. I guess this is what we're doing now. So I actually have to do this quest again. We have to do G2 because I have to kill them for the All Monster. People complain about Base World Story? I don't think there was too many complaints. I think Base World Story was really well received overall. Like, if you don't get, like, the weird fans out of the way, I think most people found the story, like, pretty engaging compared at least to most video game standards. If you're a huge Monster Hunter nerd, yeah, I mean, you might get annoyed by bioenergy, but outside of that, there's really not too much to complain about. Oh, I don't like the handler. Okay, well, whatever. For You is arguably one of the best stories in the series. It's just like good, you know, you've got a good natural progression. I would argue maybe the high rank story is a little weak, but the base game story is so strong. And it's like such an iconic telling of a storyline that it just holds it up so well. If anything, I think if you kind of flipped the basic order of the stories between For You's village and high rank and low rank, it would be better. You know, For You's story kind of centering around learning and growing to work as a team and as a leader. You know, fighting a vaguely threatening unknown threat versus, you know, the actual cause of the threat. It's a little bit weird. It feels like a little bit like cart after the horse. World is a big colonizer vibe in it. You didn't really like that much. You know, one of the concepts in the game that was supposed to be really big was about like keeping a balance within the ecosystem. And then you have this entire civilization that is like as man-made as possible. Like you live in a man-made world of like all these ships that have just like dominated the terrain. And I get it. Yeah, it's not great. It comes off like very imperialistic, right? Yeah, those are the stories that I really like. You're just a hunter, maybe new or maybe with a little bit of experience saving a village. They're not colonizing, they're just researching. I mean, they're setting up camps all over the place. In theory, they're creating balance in the ecosystem. But I think it's reasonable to look at it and be like, this is a little. They're getting a little bit too involved here. in that, you know, they're not just there to live and survive. Like, a lot of these games is, you know, people have to live somewhere. They were supposed to leave at the end of World. In fact, the commission says it's time to come home. But they're like, nah. We're going to live here from now on. Humans aren't supposed to find new areas. Where are we supposed to exist? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know that overpopulation is an issue yet in Monster Hunter. Doesn't seem like it. Where the hell is this crab? It's been like 3 minutes looking for this crab. Are there 2 crabs? I mean, 6 is definitely going to be a larger world and probably be a little bit more of a living world. But it's you know, it's probably not that hard to be in the right ballpark of what the story is going to end up being. Okay, please don't run. Please don't run. One thing that nobody ever gives the credit any credit to the handler for is that she actually does like have pretty good vision and hearing. It's just like usually only like barely hinted at in the cutscenes, and is never really used to save you, and then is sometimes like conveniently ignored when she ends up getting everyone in trouble. It really makes you wonder. Like there's like 2 different people like riding the handler. Have you played since the Great Marlboro yet, Julian Carter? I know the idea is like her weakness is that she just gets too excited, and her excitement is what causes problems. Playing Elden Ring? I understand. Does everyone hate the handler? I think most people get mad at her because at times it sounds like she's taking credit for your achievements, and you're like, she didn't do anything. If there's any theory about the first Bavarians being an advanced race, oh, I'm just gonna. My favorite part about Monster Hunter is how much the game is left intentionally vague. I like it being cavemen with just barely functioning technology. You know, like Bavarian research, equal dragon weapons, lore behind like black dragons, like the tower is really all Kushalas. Like, that doesn't what attract me to this series. I just like that they eat meat and not dongos, and they hit things really hard. Tower's just plated with Kushala scales? You mean it's not like an enormous Jenga of Kushala bodies? And you know what, though? I'm fine with that. Like, my canon's not any more canon than anyone else's. As Ryozo says, you are the hero. So if you like a certain thing, then that's fine. You know, if you want to get really into, like, what your theory is of the ancient civilizations are, I mean, that's fine. I mean, it's there. I think it would have helped, Ed, if they took one of the concepts from the design book and actually did give the handler a hunting horn and occasionally stuck her on a ledge where she would play a hunting horn song for you. I think that would have done a lot. And that was one of their original ideas behind her. I mean, for all we know, is one of the original concepts is she would actually be an AI hunter that would hunt along with you. They gave her a weapon. Maybe they just couldn't find a way to balance it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I would feel about AI hunters in mainline. You know, sometimes the Palicos, or the companions, are already so powerful as it is. The thing is with Rise, is like with all these characters they're introducing, it almost feels like they would want to give you an AI companion. For you gave AI helpers for Rusted Kushala. I mean, as much as you got helpers for Fatalis. It was all scripted stuff. Can't bang your Palico. You know, one of the major design decisions behind Monster Hunter is keeping the world steeped in what can be referred to as very low-level magic. And anything going way too far into, like, the realm of, like, actual magic or, like, actual, like, science fiction just kind of goes a little bit outside of, like, how the core world is supposed to be designed. I'm not saying that they don't do that sometimes, because for sure they absolutely get close with some things. You know, they got airships that keep up with Valstrax. I mean, that's stupid. You know, you take the civilization that you see in Monster Hunter 1 or Monster Hunter DOS, and you think about something that can keep up with the Valstrax is insane. Or Valstrax itself is insane. Gunlance is kind of sci-fi. This one looks definitely different. But I mean, normal Gunlance is... I mean, you're just jamming explosive material into your lance. The ship balloons are made out of Palamute? You mean Palomu? I forget what you make them out of in Rise, or in Generations Ultimate. But I like a village that always rains? Sounds like kind of depressing. But I don't know, maybe. I mean, even going back as early as Monster Hunter 1, you have areas and maps that would indicate a larger overall civilization. But that's only ever generally, like, very vaguely referenced. I know stories is supposed to be canon, but to me, I still mostly treat it as fan fiction. I mean, I think the stuff between Alatreon and Fatalis is interesting in that, yeah, I mean, to document it is to have people become aware of it and then maybe even provoke it. Stories is canon? Pretty sure it is, yeah. Izue, hello. I'm gonna spend 5 minutes looking for a crab. All I'll say is, like, just don't get too serious about stuff because I don't think... It's not that the team doesn't care. They obviously care, but when you start getting into, like, the consistencies between, like, subspecies, rare species, variants, deviants, hypers, apexes, hardcores, zeniths, exotics, just don't stress out about it. I mean, in Japanese, it's not Apex and Apex. It's Apex and then, like...
Amos Armada just resubscribed for 42 months.
Why does that sound like Anus Armada? I'm so sorry. Amish Armada, thank you very much. It said it like Amish. Is that alive? Is that dead? That's dead. Nushi? That's like Big Boss or something, right? You've got Elder Dragons. You've got Flying Wyverns that are very clearly not Flying Wyverns. Camleos and a Cantor. You got a lot of goofy stuff. Just don't worry about it. Today's your birthday? Tell me the secret to being a mid-20s streamer with 20 couches. We actually just had a very long conversation on that. And I'm sorry you missed it, but the VOD squad will be perfect. We had a complete breakdown of my couches and living rooms and bedrooms in my house. And income? We didn't get in my income. We don't need to get in my income. Talk about stocks? That was interesting for a while. You speculate. Yeah, people are saying I'm a millionaire. What about my outcome? Well, don't know your income. You're going to know your outcome. I hate this quest. Show taxes? Happy to pay taxes. Not happy when they go to highways. Putting all that money through couch investments. Actually, you're not that far from the truth. Was it Paul Manafort? Former Trump campaign manager got taken down. Part of his method of laundering his money was through carpets. close. I think he was like his campaign manager for like 2 or 3 months. I think, coincidentally enough, he was on that like organized that one meeting with like the Russian delegation or whatever. And also, I think he's the one that got Mike Pence involved. Might be responsible for Vice President Mike Pence. No, I'm not getting the gear. So part of the challenge is I have to kill the monster. Now, technically, when I killed that monster in the capture quest, that would have counted, but I'm trying to do this as legit as possible. We need Hunter rank anyways. God damn it. That was good of him. Made this awfully specific? I mean, if I can kill the monster, I have to kill them. So, like, obviously, Zora Magdaros does not count. Because you can't technically kill him. But you can repel a lot of Elder Dragons earlier in the games, and that does not count. So, like, 3 Ultimate for Hollow Gen, he's really hard to kill compared to just repelling him. He's just hard in general, but I made the challenge of actually killing him. At least once. Originally, it was just supposed to be a catalog of each monster in each generation, but I ended up getting to the point where for each game I'd gotten so far anyways that I decided just to do all monster in each of the games that I'm playing. Well, repel could just make it really easy in certain situations. Well, yeah, so like Safi and Kolv and Iceborne. We had to kill Safi. I've gotten an HR 999 in any of the games other than World. I don't know. I don't think so. Even though I play like literally thousands of hours of Monster Hunter in a year, I usually end up switching characters. HR grind, I don't think makes for very good stream content. It would be like 150 rampages in Rise, though. You can do that in a couple days. You can definitely do that in a week. Your gay friend CJ thinks you're hot? I think CJ's pretty hot too. Sorry, I'm a married man. He's too scared to come on here and say that? It's just the internet, man. Nobody knows. Does he have any idea the number of people every stream that comes in here and says they want to see my hole? It's happened at least 5 times this stream alone. If he just comes in and says, streamer, you're cute, that registers as like almost nothing. Here, I'll even turn the camera down a little bit. I'll drop a button for your buddy CJ. I'll give him a little bit of that man flesh. There you go. That's for you, CJ, alright? Keep living your dream. That's a lot of chest hair. I did not realize I was giving that much chest hair. Holy crap. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Give little flexes on stream. Ooh, CJ, you're so strong and manly. I'm just a little flattered that I'm somebody's type. I'll say it. Why not? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're okay. We didn't die. We're good. We're good. I think he's gonna die soon. Maybe not. He's not even looking. Why is everybody simping? Nothing. Don't worry about it. And who said anything about this being mediocre? Is it against TOS to nair your chest on stream? Am I showing my nipples? I'm assuming it's okay to show your nipples on the hot tub stream. Manscaped sponsorship? I don't know why they weren't into me, man. I would have shaved my balls for money. I mean, I wouldn't want to go, like, full hairless. Like, I can only imagine, like, what that itching is like. Well, I mean, or I'm not going to be like, ooh, I love my chest hair. But if I have an emotional connection, I think 5 people left when you said that? It looks like, no, numbers going up, man. I don't sit around staring at my balls being like, oh, look at that luxurious ball hair. But sometimes you look at your chest hair and you're like, oh, that chest hair looks okay. Does that make sense to anyone else? What do you mean, only me? Some bombing unit up. It's so much easier to overheat with wide because of how much heat each shot gives. Oh, I don't know. I'm assuming you're here. Ooh, good hit. Quests are kind of taking a while. When should I use Flare? I usually use it to get off my Wyvern Fire, because it gives a multiplier to the Wyvern Fire damage. Or if they're in the air, but obviously this guy's not going in the air. It was a long day. The beginning of the quest was a lot of time of nothing. Really kind of wish we had an anti-aerial flare in Rise. I think that would be a fun attack. The anti-air their fall? Sure. Probably works too. It'd be really neat to see them get flinched out of the air and go into a topple animation. That's Rust Razor. Got more. Maybe we'll do Soul Seer. I don't know if that one's directly next, but we might skip to them. It is next. I'm trying to think of all the monsters that even go in the air in Rise. All I know is that, like, Tigrex Diablos might be really fun like that. I feel like they've got lots of animations where they slowly flap up into the air. Good amount of jumps. The thing is like, with this attack, it's actually kind of slow. So you'd have to, like, predict. Unless they sped it up, which I would assume they would. We 50 yet? No. This should get us to 50. It's not that I've done... Well, I mean, yes. I guess they are technically hard reads. But, like, I know. Like, with Rathalos, like, I just know what he's going to do. Every time he roars, he enrages. He fireballs backwards, so... It's easy to bully him. Which, I don't know. I mean, he's always done this roar into, like, backwards fireball, and it's always felt like a dick move. You know? It's always felt like a dick move. Especially in the games where, like, you don't have much, like, recourse against it. I gotta look up to see what the quests are to get, like, Feline Exchanger. I think double drinks will get us that consistently. Rise Rathalos made me happy. A lot of people give Ichinose a lot of crap for that game, and he's made some interesting decisions there. Monster design was almost objectively entirely good, though. I'm trying to think if I should even bother trying to get him in the air. That's interesting. Inushi is ass? You mean Ibushi? I agree. I wish Rajang wasn't neutered. Ibushi is not a finished fight. Most Apexes also don't feel like finished fights. They felt like, well, we made this thing for a rampage, but I guess people want more monsters, so here you go. Have fun. Like, Apex and Ogre is probably the only one where I'd be like, that feels like a real fight. Yeah, literally agree with you, John. It's Apex Rathian to an extent, but even then, like, she's kind of too easy to even say. Apex is okay, Mizu is okay, but like, I would say definitely one of the ones where feels like it could have been better. Oof. Yeah, I mean, if they really slow down the rate of Apexes being released, and we got updates like after Valstrax with them, and then maybe actually had like real gear, that would have been dope. I think most people would agree with you if you had a hard time with Apex and Ogre. Learning his fight is rough. I mean, the art design for basically all the Apexes was already out there. It's just whether or not they wanted to steal it wholesale or not. To me, Apex and Ogre feels the most like an original fight. Like, he doesn't feel like a Thunderlord in any real way. Outside of maybe the balls. Guard pointed that. To me, it just feels very different from Thunderlord. And a proper Dread Queen feels way more threatening than Apex Rathian. Friend CJ appreciates everything you said. Oh, that makes me so happy. I'm glad. I hope CJ has a wonderful, wonderful day. Think Deviants will ever return? They haven't really ever been in the fashion of just straight up bringing back like old concepts of monsters. Usually they like to bring in new ones. Like, clearly Apexes are a very liberal reimagining of Deviants into the Apexes. What element would you like to see in a Goss subspecies? What if it was like bleed? What if he made his arms like into little chainsaws? I feel like that would have hit me in Rise. Oh, come on! Never lucky. Oh, oops. I think the Goblin Raptor things will get a drone version in Sunbreak. Nope. And not unless it's like actually a threat. I like that attack. You gonna go sleep? It must be very late for you. What is it, like 4 in the morning? 5 in the morning? Almost 6 in the morning. Yeah, that's time for sleep. I was about an hour off. It's difficult in my head to calculate Australia time. Because it's not like an easy like 12 hours off or anything like that. Capture quest. Woo! 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 God damn it. That's only 1 death. That's not that bad. I was on my way to a max potion. Was that a weird angle he shot me with that bubble, by the way? That felt like that was like a little weird. It like shot out almost parallel from his head. It's like you went backwards and to the side. Hunting all EX deviants on your main save. That'll be another challenge for another day. It's not within the context of this challenge. Otherwise, we would have had to do all 140s or something like that in 4U, and that's just like not. It's not happening. Didn't happen, not gonna happen. I could see there being an Oops All EX Deviant challenge week someday. I don't know, day. I feel like it would take more than a couple days. I don't know if that'll end up even being this year. Guess it all depends on Sunbreak. I feel like Valstrex armor is pretty strong with the Dragonheart ability. It pushes Raw ahead to stay up with what element would be otherwise. To me, honestly, Valstrex armor is so good because of the amount of defense you get from it. The raw boost you get from it is okay, as long as you don't need any other, like, utility skills, because there's really not a lot of flexibility in it. Dwarven Man, hello. But if you got really good talismans, Valstrex armor is very nice. But without good talismans, it actually does feel like it falls behind, like, just a tiny bit. Second shot isn't anusing you so far. You'll get anus. You all get anus. You know, depending on the fight, the bonus resistance can be really nice. I still prefer to use elemental weapons. Not because they're always necessarily faster than Dragonheart boosted raw weapons, but just because, like, unless you're doing a TA run, like, getting and staying in Dragonheart can just be a little obnoxious sometimes. Weakness 2, Evade Extender 2, 311. That's pretty great. Evade Extender 2 is, like, girthy as hell. The only thing that's a little annoying about that is that one actually makes Valstrex armor hard to use because Valstrex already has full weakness exploit. If that were crit boost to Evade Extender 2, 311, that'd be sick as hell. Still very good. Level 3 for Red Helm. Good luck. Are you using the hunting horn, or what are you going to use? Well, with Longsword, I think you could probably make pretty good use out of that talisman. Maybe. Overheated? It's okay. Valstrex armor with a horn with the light bowgun? Well, horn is quintessentially a raw weapon anyways. Bow, I mean, you can build it a lot of different ways. And he's got a lot of attacks that punch through guard too. You see that? Can you imagine how much damage that would do without guard too? That's wild. I mean, I've seen TAs before, especially with like Charge Blade and stuff, where they go out of their way to actually run Evade Extender 1 because it just makes getting in the right position so much faster. Evade Extender 2 is a little crazy, though. I don't know that I want to get used to playing the game with Evade Extender 2 because you're just moving around. How am I feeling? I'm doing okay. We've been streaming for a while, though. We had a soul-crushing moment where we would farm up 10 Gargoyle Feathers, and that siphoned the life out of me. Come on. Otherwise, no complaints. You know, where the end is in sight. I mean, we upgraded our anti-aerial to anti-aerial 3 today. That was cool. I still have to kill one more Hyper Rathalos to upgrade my legs, but I didn't feel like it. And with Evade Extender 2, you could actually get away with using Dodge Bolt probably pretty easily. And taking advantage of the fact that you've got the even more stamina efficient dodge. My 6 couches, 2 living rooms, 4 bedrooms in my haunted mansion. I've been told it was haunted. Aruda, hello. And this Soul Seal just feels like it's got like a lot of life. Maybe it's just Gunlance. Well, with Evade Extender 2, you don't even necessarily need to like stress about countering with your Dodge Bolt. Like I said, it uses less stamina. At least the kid acknowledged that your house isn't actually haunted. They didn't say it wasn't haunted. They just said it's actually kind of nice inside. Great. Dallas no armor yesterday. Talk about a bad time. What weapon did you use? It's pretty impressive. Oof. Insect Glaive? Insect Glaive can be a little safe, I guess. You can always just oops Alternado Slash. Ooh, God. How unfortunate. How long has this been? He's got to be close. Jump over the fire, poke the head, Tornado Slash. Bug's always there to help if you're feeling nervous. It would probably be my choice if I decided to do Naked Fatalis someday. I feel like Naked Alatron, though, is actually probably the most enjoyable run I've done. I don't know that Fatalis would feel fun. It would feel like something. But Alatron was just so enjoyable. I haven't done all Rajang yet. We'll, you know, once I finish with GU, we'll be going back to Rise. We'll probably get back to it a little bit casually for a while, and then we'll start doing like speed runs or challenge runs somewhere. Did a kid sec with heal level 20? I mean, how often were you taking damage and not getting one shot? A lot? I mean, maybe from the fire on the ground, but from him? Naked? That sounds a little sussy. Oh, he's ready! No, it's okay. No, it's okay. We're gonna be okay. Thanks for the stream. You're very welcome. It took you only 30 tries to kill Fatalis naked. How do you feel about the talisman mods in Rise that give you actual obtainable talismans? I don't know anything about it. What does it do? Give you like the super rare talismans and gives you a much better chance of getting them? I would say cheating, but if it makes you happy, then do whatever the hell you want. I don't care. I'm not your dad. Or your mom. Or your lover. Yet, I guess. Easily done. Yet, I mean, I guess you never know, right? I mean, here's the thing. Rise talisman grinding sucks ass. So, like, I'm not going to sit on some sort of high horse like I would maybe with World about, like, grinding for your decos, because the process of getting them in Rise is just not fun. I don't want to talk to that cat any more than I need to. It's a mod that gives only talismans that could be maxed out. Yeah, I mean, it's cheating, but, like, whatever, man. Like I said, I'm not your dad or your wife or your lover. You gonna watch the Halo series? Nah. I don't think so. If it makes you happy, then that's good. I hope it's better in Sunbreak, so you don't feel like you have to use it. Downside for Rise for you is Village Quests only get up to 4-star? Is that true? Doesn't it go up to 5-star? Or 6-star? What is it? 1 star is like lanterns. 2 stars, what, Acnasom? To get out? Is it Maldo to get out of the rampage? On Switch it does? No way. No. Alright, guys, chat, help me out. It's Izuchi. And then I think it's Acnasom is 2-star to get into 3-star. Bishaten? Maldo, 4-star to get into 5-star. And then Almadron, 5-star to get into 6-star. Does that sound right? 4 million hours in Rise, and is his job, it doesn't know? I think I got it. Am I making you think? You're making me think that you're very sussy, is what it is. That's all. Can I get some sus in chat, please? Thanks. I need this. Sounding kind of sus. 30 tries to fight a Fatalis naked, and your strategy was a level 20 healing insect? No, I think about that. Thanks. Thanks. It never ends, does it? Hate these bubbles. Mongus! Mongus! Why are you still there? Who is it? Oh. Well, I'm not the best. You're a coward for using Insect Glaive? Insect Glaive doesn't automatically make you a coward. But it can be a very safe weapon. It can be very safe if you use the bug a lot. It can be very safe if, like, to some extent you only ever spam Tornado Slash. You could be doing Sticky Light Bowgun. And you didn't. So you give yourself a little bit of credit. As far as I know, nobody's done a bug-only Fatalis run yet, have they? Maybe if you did bug-only with, like, artillery, you could pull it off. There's one more Irish guy, because you still have Almadron. No, I understood what you have, Pretentious. You're not creating illegal charms. You're just you're getting, like, the max value, like, charms. But, like, the thing is, like, if something is theoretically possible in the code at 1 in a billion, and one person legit gets that, and then somebody else just, like, hacks it in, I don't know. Almadron is definitely an urgent. It's also urgent that I end the stream. I am very tired. This game is exhausting. I could play, like, Rise and World all day long, but, like, I gotta think so hard when I play GU. I'm good. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I hope you all had a great day. CJ, if you're out there, man, keep shining. The rest of you too, keep shining as well. All right. I love you all. I'll see you soon. Have a good day. Goodbye. Bye. I love you. Goodbye.